Boys and girls, your attention, please. The Blank Corporation presents a brand new radio program featuring the thrilling adventures of an amazing and incredible personality. Faster than an airplane, more powerful than a locomotive, impervious to bullets. Up in the sky! Look!
It's a giant bird!
It's an airplane! It's Superman! Superman, a being no larger than an ordinary man, but possessed of powers and abilities never before realized on Earth. Able to leap into the air an eighth of a mile at a single bound, hurdle a 20-story building with ease, race a high-powered bullet to its target, lift tremendous weights, and rend solid steel in his bare hands as though it were paper. Superman, strange visitor from a distant planet, champion of the oppressed, physical marvel extraordinary who has sworn to devote his existence on Earth to helping those in need. But before we bring you the almost unbelievable story of how Superman arrived on Earth, a message from the Blank Corporation, makers of Blanco, that extra-rich, full-flavored breakfast food with a new taste thrill. Now for the story of Superman. And as it begins, we ask you to come with us on a far journey. A journey that takes us millions of miles from Earth, where the planet Krypton burns like a green star in the endless heavens. Here civilization is far advanced. It has brought forth a race of supermen, men and women like ourselves, but advanced to the absolute peak of human perfection. As we near Krypton, we see high walls and gleaming turrets. We approach the magnificent Temple of Wisdom. There, in a great hall, Jor-El, Krypton's foremost man of science, is addressing a meeting of the planet's governing council.
Attention, gentlemen. Attention. Jor-El speaks.
Members of the council, I have completed my solar calculations, and much as I dread uttering these words, I have come to the conclusion Krypton is doomed.
Gentlemen, hear him out.
These internal quakes we have been experiencing, these volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, gas escaping from giant craters, all point to only one thing. Krypton is utterly and finally doomed.
One moment, gentlemen. One moment. There is no cause for anxiety. I am certain Jor-El has made a mistake. True, we have had a few minor quakes and eruptions, but nothing very serious. There must be some error in your calculations, Jor-El.
No, there is no error, Roseanne. I only wish there were. The sun is gradually drawing Krypton closer to it. Within a month, possibly only a week, the gravitational pull will be so tremendous that Krypton will not be able to weather the strain. And then our planet will explode like a giant bubble, destroying every living thing on it.
Assuming for the moment, Jor-El, that what you say is true, how are we to avoid it? What can we do to stop it?
There is only one way. As you all know, I have been working on a spaceship designed for interplanetary travel. With time and united effort, we might transport the entire population of Krypton to another world.
Impossible. Where would we go?
To the Earth. My studies tell me the atmosphere of the Earth is very nearly the same as our own.
You have been working too hard, Jor-El. You need a rest. Now, believe me, we have the utmost respect for your knowledge and integrity, but this is carrying it too far. Planets as large as Krypton do not explode, Jor-El.
Do you hear that? It is the forewarning of doom. Every moment is precious now. Threats like that of sounding the death knell of Krypton. It will happen, and happen soon. When the last great eruption comes...
When it comes, Jor-El, it shall find us all ready. If Krypton is to die, we shall die with it. The parting would be much too severe.
All right. Laugh with your right, Roseanne. And you, members of the council. I have no time to laugh. My wife, Lara, and my infant son are dear to me. It is not my wish to stand by and see them destroyed. Laugh, all of you. But a time will come, and that time is perhaps very close at hand, when you will wish you had heeded the words of Jor-El. Now you think me a fool. But remember what I have said, gentlemen. When Krypton is shattered into 1,000 million stars, when the glorious civilization we have built is no more, when you and your families are swept from the face of Krypton like dust.
Order. Order, gentlemen. Order. You have heard Jor-El speak. Is it your wish that we devote time and money to the building of spaceships for the transportation of Krypton's population to another planet? No! I am sorry, Jor-El. The Council has spoken.
Yes, and signed the death warrants of every living thing on Krypton. Well, I have done my best to convince you. Now all that remains for me is to proceed with my own means of salvation. My own spaceship to save the lives of those near and dear to me. As for the rest of you, may the gods have mercy on your souls. Laura, you here?
I came out to take the air on the terrace. It's been terribly hot all day. Is that because we're being drawn to the sun, Jor-El?
Yes.
What did the council have to say about that?
I didn't mention it.
Is the model of your spaceship almost finished?
I just drove the last rivet. How does it look?
Splendid, but will it work?
That remains to be seen. If it does work, I shall immediately begin construction of another just like it, only much larger. One big enough to carry all three of us to another world.
Jor-El, when will that be? Every moment that we spend waiting and wondering...
Yes, I know, Lara. It's been hard on all of us, and particularly hard on you. How is the boy?
Sleeping. That quake this afternoon frightened him, but he's all right now. Can't you come in and look at him? You scarcely see him these days, what with working all hours on the spaceship model.
It can't be helped, dear. I'm racing against time. Right now, I'm anxious to know whether the model will behave as I hope.
How does it operate?
Very simply. When all is ready, I throw this switch. That closes the circuit, and electric energy builds up pressure in the atomic generator. Then, at the final moment, the pressure forces the ship from its carrier and speeds it on its way.
But where does it go?
Wherever it's pointed. This one, I am directing to the planet Earth.
Earth? What is that, Jor-El?
A planet smaller than our own, situated on the other side of the sun. It is inhabited by a race of people similar to ourselves.
Like ourselves?
Well, only partly, of course. They're about the same size, but nowhere nearly as developed. Very weak and helpless, and with all their faculties extremely limited.
How do you mean?
Well, I haven't time to go into detailed explanation now, Lara, but it's something like this. You know how far you step when you want to go somewhere?
Practically as far as I want. Why, one step takes me to Brata's house near the fountain.
Exactly. Down where I'm sending this rocket, it's quite different. An Earthman steps only 3 feet at a time at most. And everything else is in proportion.
And that's where we're going? Oh, how dreadful.
Which would you rather do? Go to Earth and live, or stay on Krypton and die?
I'll do anything you say, Jor-El. Anything. It doesn't matter to me whether we live or die as long as we're together. It's only the boy I worry about.
Little Kal-El. Lara, don't worry. He'll be saved.
When will the model be finished so that you can start on the big one?
It is finished. In the morning, just as dawn breaks, I'll send it on its way, watching its flight through a high-powered telescope to see whether it lands safely on Earth.
Is that the place you plan to take Kal-El and me?
We could not breathe on any other planet but the Earth. It happens to have an atmosphere similar to Krypton.
I suppose you know best, Jor-El. Are you coming in? Seems to have gotten oppressively hot.
Yes, it has. I wonder... Lara, did you hear that?
Yes. What is it?
Subterranean explosions. Do you feel the ground trembling?
Yes, I do. Jor-El, do you think that
Lara, I'm afraid it's come. Where is the boy, Kal-El?
What do you mean?
Get him quickly. This is the end.
Jor-El, what can we do?
Nothing. I'm not ready. Oh, what a fool I've been to delay.
Oh, it isn't your fault, Jor-El. You did all you could.
If only the spaceship was large enough so we could take a chance.
Jor-El, Would it carry one of us safely to Earth?
Oh, I think so. But where are you going? Stay here with me.
I'm getting cut out. If one of us can be saved, Jarrell, it should be the boy. Quickly!
No, Lara, come back. If one must go, it should be you.
Here he is, Jarrell. Still asleep. Goodbye, Kal-El.
Oh, please, Lara.
No, Jarrell, listen to me. We both stay here. Kal-El goes in the spaceship. If there is a chance, Jarrell, one little chance, I want it for my son.
Maybe you're right, Lara.
Jarrell, look. The sky is fiery red. The mountains. Look, the mountains are falling in. Oh, Jarrell, what's happening?
The end of Krypton, Lara. Just as I foretold. This is the last great quake.
Jarrell, there's an explosion.
Quick, give me the boy.
Kal-El. What are you doing, Jarrell?
Opening the door, putting in the fire.
Jarrell, the house is swaying. Breaking apart. Oh, look, Jarrell.
There, he's safe inside. Now for the switch. Stand back, Lara.
Oh, Jarrell, will he reach the Earth?
Only the gods know. But there's a chance. The only chance. Stand back, Lara. I'm throwing the switch.
Oh, Jarrell, it's getting dark. I can't see. What happened?
It's fire. Smoke from the center of the planet. Not much time now.
Hold me, Jarrell. Has the spaceship gone?
No, not yet. Waiting for pressure. We may have been too late. If it doesn't work up soon... Lara, it's off. It's on its way.
Jarrell, where are you?
Here, beside you, Lara. Listen, can you hear me? Our boy, Kal-El. Our son, Lara. He's on his way. On his way to Earth.
So the tiny spaceship roars into the uncharted heavens as the mighty planet of Krypton explodes into millions of glowing fragments, glittering stars to remain forever in the night sky. Jor-El and Lara, devoted parents of the tiny boy, perish in the giant quake that destroys Krypton. But what of the spaceship? Does it reach the Earth? Does it find its mark in all the far-flung darkness of space? Tune in tomorrow and follow the story of...
Up in the sky, look!
It's a giant bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Superman. Don't forget, tomorrow, same time, same station, The Adventures of Superman. Brought to you by the Blank Corporation, makers of Blanco.
Tonight on CBC Stage, Frankenstein, prepared for radio by Alden Nolan and Walter Learning, from their theater version of the classic by Mary Shelley. Starring David Brown in his original stage role as the creature, Neil Monroe as Victor Frankenstein, and Joan Gregson as Elizabeth Lavenza. The score is composed and conducted by Stephen Freygood, and production is from Halifax by John Douglas.
My dearest Margaret, yesterday our ship became locked in ice. Although my crew consists of veteran seamen, well accustomed to the rigors of these Arctic waters, it was obvious that they were afraid, for there was ice as far as the eye could see. Then, the most incredible thing happened. We saw a sled drawn by dogs pass us toward the north, at a distance of about half a mile. A creature, a man, of gigantic stature sat in the sled. We were many hundred miles from any land. Come in. Mr. Williamson, come in, man.
Am I interrupting anything, sir? I heard you talking.
Just to my sister in London. I like to write her even though I'll arrive home with the letter.
That may be longer than we think, if at all. Looks like our luck isn't about to change, Captain. The bergs are drifting towards us. The men are frightened, sir.
Well, there's nothing to do except wait. And perhaps share a glass of brandy,
I had hoped we might get moving by morning. I think you should consider turning back if we get the chance.
Turn back?
The men could get ugly.
Never. Mr. Williamson, a toast. To the North Pole and then home. We're going to make Columbus and his followers look like little boys sailing paper boats on a lily pond. In the next century, no one will remember anything about 1840 except that it was the year when man first reached the North Pole.
The crew would gladly trade your North Pole for an old full of herring. If they have to risk their lives, they'd rather do it for something they could understand.
Flotsam and jetsam from every country in the world. There's not a man among them that would be aboard if I hadn't offered to pay twice as much as any other master sailing out of Archangel. I know that. But you should understand. Think of the glory.
Yeah. Experience has taught me that when men goes in search of glory, fate usually kicks them in the arse.
My friend, you're hopelessly practical. Well, perhaps we'd better issue the crew a double ration of rum to raise their spirits and lower their tempers.
Here you go.
For God's sake, stop. Nobody's gonna hurt you.
What's going on here? Who is this man?
I am Victor von Frankenstein. Help me. We took him out of the sea, sir, floating on a cake of ice.
Put him on my bunk.
No, I must go on.
Poor devil. His ship can't have been as lucky as ours was.
He didn't come from a ship. There was a sled and 5 dogs beside him, all dead. Froze up, sir.
Easy, man.
He's crazy, Captain. He was raving when we took him aboard. Something about a demon.
You'd rave, too, if you were starving and frozen. Fetch some water, as hot as you can get it, and blankets.
Aye, aye, sir.
And bring something hot to drink.
You're going to be all right. You're among friends. We'll take care of you.
Here, drink this. That's it. Relax.
Please, let me go. I can't stay here.
I'm afraid you don't have any choice in the matter. There's nowhere else to go. And even if there were, you're in no condition to move.
I must find him and kill him. Or he must kill me.
He's fainted.
I'm worried, sir. Him coming on top of all the other bad luck. The crew will probably think he's a joner.
Well, they'll have to make the best of it. They've got nowhere else to go either.
That business yesterday frightened them. First the ice, and then that bloody giant driving his dog team as if the devil himself was after him. And now this.
Mr. Williamson, this poor soul is no threat to anyone.
Here's the blankets and hot water, sir, and some broth.
Good. Now to work. Cut open his clothes, Davis.
Me, sir? Jesus, Mary and
Yes,
Joseph.
damn it, you. And if you want to ward off evil, stop making those stupid gestures and wash your hands occasionally. Wring those blankets out well.
Lord, save us.
There's nothing to be frightened about. You've seen frostbitten men before.
I don't remember seeing anyone in a condition like that.
My God, look at his legs.
What's keeping him alive?
Hate.
Calm yourself, my friend.
I don't like it. It's bad luck for every man aboard ship.
That's enough of that superstitious nonsense. This is the 19th century, man. Quickly, put the blanket over his legs.
I don't feel anything. My legs, I don't feel anything.
I'm afraid you'll feel more than enough in a moment, my friend. Hurry, another blanket. Get ready to hold him down. Grab his shoulders. He's fainted again. That's just as well. Who would have thought he had so much strength in him?
Is he going to live, Captain?
I don't know. By rights, he shouldn't be alive now.
If it was up to me, I'd throw him back into the sea.
Stop it! Where in God's name is your humanity? Davis, take that tub away. We don't need it anymore.
Aye, aye, sir. God, he's possessed!
I'd advise you to keep that talk to yourself. Mr. Williamson?
Aye, sir.
Perhaps you and the men should go to the galley and warm yourselves. I'll look after our guests.
Aye, sir.
Here, this will help. Drink.
No.
Well, there's no reason for you to be afraid of me. I only want to help you. And my brandy is quite drinkable. Let me prove it to you. You see? No ill effects. Come, it will do you good. That's better. You must trust me. I'm a friend.
In what direction are we bound?
Northwards, to the pole itself.
Tell me, have you seen another traveler driving a dog team across the ice?
We saw him yesterday.
Good. Then he will not escape me.
For whatever reason you're in this condition, your ordeal is over. In a week or two, we'll be walking the deck together. We'll have a great deal to talk about as we inch toward the pole.
I see that you suffer from the same affliction as myself.
Affliction?
You too are cursed with an insatiable desire to accomplish that which no man has done before.
You're quite right. Reaching the pole has been my obsession for as long as I can remember.
Well, beware of obsession.
But can you imagine the benefits to mankind of such an obsession?
How could this wasteland benefit anyone?
The pole is not a wasteland. It is a place where the sun shines 24 hours a day. Imagine the extent and quality of the vegetation if there is eternal light. I've spent my whole life preparing myself for this voyage, and now, by God, I'm almost there. Soon, we'll be standing on the roof of the world.
You arrogant fool! I shouldn't have said that. You take me on board this ship, try to save my life, and I insult you before I even know your name.
I am Robert Walton.
My name is Victor von Frankenstein, gentleman of Geneva. Are you the master of this ship?
I am.
Well, forgive me. My anger came from a, shall we say, personal knowledge of what ambitions such as ours can do. Let me give you a warning that may save your soul, my friend. Let me show you where the search for knowledge can lead. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it to mankind. Victor von Frankenstein is the new Prometheus. I brought down a fire from heaven and created a new hell. Listen, I will tell you the strangest story that ever man heard. Then, fare forward, Captain, if you can. Two short years ago, I was the happiest man alive. Years of work were coming to a brilliant conclusion. On that night, the last night of all my labors, there was a storm and unexpected guests.
Sir.
Conrad, why aren't you with Master William?
He's just finishing his bath here, Fritz. There's someone at the door.
Yes, I am aware of that. But you shouldn't leave the child alone. Go back and see him to bed. I'll answer the door.
Yeah, here, Fritz.
Probably Clerval again. Monsieur Clerval, I've told you time and again that the Baron cannot be disturbed.
Hello, Fritz.
Countess Elizabeth, what are you doing here?
Oh, dear Fritz. You wouldn't leave Mr. Clerval and me all night in the rain?
Yes, Fritz, where are your manners?
My apologies, Countess.
Fritz, will you tell Conrad to take our bags to the lower west suite?
Countess, you aren't planning to stay?
No, Fritz. As you'll see from the luggage, we've just come to tea.
Excuse me, sir, but the master is not expecting you.
Damn it, man! I've been trying to deliver the Countess Elizabeth's message for weeks, but you wouldn't let me inside the door.
Henry! If you shouted at me like that, I wouldn't let you inside the door either.
But really, Elizabeth, enough is enough. How can I perform my functions as best man if I'm not allowed to see the groom?
I am sorry, sir, but the Baron forbade me to allow anyone to interrupt him. He is coming to the conclusion tonight of years of work.
I don't care about his work.
Now, Fritz, I know you were doing exactly what the Baron asked you, but with no replies to my letters for almost 3 months, you must admit I have some cause for concern. If the wedding is to take place as planned, we must interrupt the Baron's work, even if only for a very short time. Believe me, I have no desire to interfere. I know what his work means to him.
Elizabeth, nothing that Victor is doing in that godforsaken laboratory of his can justify the way he's treating you.
Henry, you're a selfish beast. You do nothing but jeer at the marvelous contributions the new science is making. Would you put your personal convenience ahead of a vaccine that would eliminate smallpox and benefit all mankind?
My dear, mankind is a mere abstraction. I value individual men and individual women, but I don't give a damn for mankind.
Fritz, I need you. Come here at once. It's almost time.
Hello, Victor.
Elizabeth. Henry.
Victor, darling, what is it? Henry, see how pale he is.
We've been worried about you, Victor.
I'm sorry, sir. They're planning to stay with us.
No, you can't stay, Elizabeth. You shouldn't have brought her here, Henry. My work has reached a critical point, and I can't afford to stop now.
I made Henry bring me Victor. Was that really so dreadful of me? After all, the wedding arrangements have to be made sometime.
Tomorrow, Elizabeth. You can stay with Henry's parents tonight in Geneva. We'll talk tomorrow.
Victor!
You must excuse me, Elizabeth. I have work to do now. Quickly, Fritz.
At once, sir. It's disgraceful.
Well, there must be some good reason for it, Henry. That was not Victor speaking. He must be under some terrible strain to act that way.
Elizabeth, I love him too, but he's behaving like an absolute ass.
He's a scientist. He's not like other men.
Not like other men. You sound like a Jane Austen heroine defending the honor of her gentleman. Elizabeth, that is the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard you make.
That's much better, Henry. Anger doesn't suit you. It's the wrong color. It doesn't match your eyes.
Forgive me, Countess. The Baron would like you and Monsieur Claval to wait. He has something he must finish, and will join you in a few moments.
Thank you, Fritz. Would you please tell Conrad there will be guests for dinner?
As you wish, ma'am.
I've known Victor ever since we were children, but there have been times lately when I've wondered if I'd really know him at all.
We're living in a new age, Henry. Men like Victor are transforming the world.
Elizabeth, please don't give me another sermon about progress and the perfectibility of man. I've heard it all before, and I'm no nearer to being converted.
Doesn't it make you happy to see the old superstitions withering away?
I prefer the old ones. Incense smells better than coal smoke. The dragon frightens me far less than the locomotive.
Henry, you're hopelessly old-fashioned. You should have lived in the Middle Ages. I can picture you as a knight riding off in search of the Holy Grail.
I wouldn't have gone searching for the Grail. I'd have left it in peace, wherever it was. No. I'd have spent my time singing sad songs under ladies' windows at night.
You're never really serious, Henry. I suppose that comes of your being a poet.
My dear, I wonder what you would do if I were serious. Ah, our gracious host.
My darling. I was very rude to you just now. Can you forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive, Victor.
Henry, please accept my apologies. I'm afraid I've been working too hard, although, of course, that's no excuse. You must stay, both of you. However, I'm afraid I can't entertain you as I'd like. I'll have to spend a good deal of time in the laboratory.
You ought to get out of that damned laboratory and into the sunshine. You look like a ghost. What I prescribe for you, Dr. Frankenstein, is a long cruise on the lake starting right after breakfast tomorrow.
Oh, yes.
Henry, you must believe me that nothing would please me more, but it's impossible. I have things to do that can't wait.
We understand perfectly, darling. Your work is more important than anything else.
Speak for yourself, Elizabeth. You may understand perfectly. I don't understand at all.
Henry, you're the only literate man in Christendom who still insists that the sun goes around the earth.
Oh, I've no curiosity about the sun. I'm content to let it shine on me. You know all about the sun, and yet you're too busy to allow it to touch you. It seems to me that my ignorance is more profitable than your knowledge.
Be serious, Henry. We've been privileged to be born at the beginning of a new phase in human history. Think of the steam engine.
Oh, you think about it, my dear Victor. The thought of it huffing and puffing away makes me quite sick.
But it has made it possible for us to travel faster than human beings ever traveled before.
Yes.
But to what end? What can we perceive traveling at 30 miles an hour? The world will be smaller, but so will the minds of its inhabitants. The age of science will be the age of boredom. Oh, thank you.
It's good to see you, Henry. I need your old-fashioned nonsense to keep me from becoming too pompous.
It's good to see you too, Victor. But I suppose I'd better leave you two alone. I'll go and assist Conrad in choosing the wines for dinner.
Tonight we must have champagne.
Well, then I'll make certain that it's the very best champagne. The kind that butlers usually reserve for themselves.
Victor, darling, what's wrong?
It's nothing. I'm just a little tired.
I know you've been working 18 hours a day, and half the time you've been forgetting to eat.
Well, tonight you will eat. Fritz has done very well by us. The cook is preparing quail and salmon.
Excellency, I trust that will be satisfactory.
Sounds very satisfactory. Fritz, go back to the laboratory. I'll be with you immediately.
At once, sir.
Listen. The ancients called that the hammer of Thor. But we know better. Nothing else in the universe has a power to compare with that.
My dear Victor, you talk about it as if it were God.
In a sense, it is God. It is the source of life. Galvani learned more from applying electricity to the body of a frog than from 100 tedious Greek and Latin treatises. What a man he was. But soon you will see for yourselves.
Oh, please don't show us anything, Victor. I've heard enough of your science for one day.
Henry, I have no intention of showing you my experiment. Your nerves are too delicate. I think perhaps you need medication after your journey. I prescribe champagne.
Now there is a civilized remark. Champagne and an enormous dinner.
Now, unfortunately, I won't be able to join you for dinner. Or perhaps I'll come down later for a glass of brandy. You'll understand. I have certain things to do that can't be postponed.
I spoke too soon. Like all scientists, the man's a savage.
You must eat, darling.
Oh, Fritz will bring me something.
Victor! Victor! Victor!
William!
Elizabeth!
How are you, William?
Fine, thank you, sir.
What are you up to, little brother?
I wanted you to show me how to work my new pistol.
Well, not now, William, later.
I'm much more interested in your new medallion, William.
It's a birthday present, too.
Victor, the likeness flatters you.
Thank you, Henry. William, I'd like you to be the host this evening. The Countess Elizabeth and Mr. Clerval are staying for dinner. Would you show them in, please?
Certainly. The ladies and gentlemen must follow me. This way! This way!
Victor, darling, won't you change your mind and join us?
My dearest, it's impossible. I'm sorry.
Then we'll see you in a little while.
And beware of the lightning.
I'll be ready in a moment, Excellency.
Hurry, Fritz, hurry.
There.
Only a Swiss could be so calm. Switch gamma. We've worked and waited for this moment for so long. I'm tempted to skip and dance. I'd like to play leapfrog as I did when I was a child. I feel as if I'd drunk laudanum.
You'd better come down to earth, then. It wouldn't do for your hands to shake.
Table switch, Fritz. Further. 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 Stop. Little more. There, stop. Now, Fritz, the moment has arrived. Let's not keep our friend waiting. Up. Ah, he's a fine fellow. The new Adam. Switch theta. The bellows, Fritz. Now, first we attach his umbilical cord. So. Slowly increase temperature. Beautiful. And now, Fritz, the brain.
Yes.
We must give our friend the machinery for thought. Face of a handsome peasant youth. The brain of one of the wisest men in all of Switzerland. The brain of...
I don't like to know who they were. As long as I don't know who they were, it doesn't bother me so much.
Doesn't matter anyway. Fritz, pair of surgical scissors. The brain won't remember anything, but it will learn very quickly. Our friend's infancy will be very brief. Oh, a couple of months, we may be arguing philosophy with him. He'll be a handsome devil, too. Once his hair's grown back and the scars have healed.
He won't be very handsome if the chemicals affect him the way they did the animals. I wish I could be sure that we're doing right.
Life is good and death is evil. That's the only true moral code.
But perhaps the dead have a right to stay dead. Haven't you ever thought that you might be going against God?
In this instance, I am God. Switch delta. Napoleon conquered a continent. Tonight, Victor Frankenstein will conquer death. Now, Fritz. Pa. More, Fritz. More!
Impossible. I can't go through with it.
What the hell do you mean you can't go through with it?
It's not the same with a human being.
This thing isn't a human being. I made it out of corpses. You helped me dig some of them up. I'm not asking you to help me create life.
I can't do it, Excellency. It's too much to ask of me.
Damn you. You will go through with it, as help me God, I'll drive the scalpel into your heart. Nothing's going to stand in my way now.
Then you'll just have to kill me.
Oh, Fritz. I'm sorry. My dear old friend, it would be easier for me to kill myself. Fritz, I beg of you, help me. Help me because you love me.
No, Victor, I can't.
When my father asked your father to follow him into battle, he didn't hesitate. He took up his pike and he charged.
Excellency, I would rather fight in 100 battles than do this thing.
Please.
Then let it be on your conscience, not mine.
On my conscience, be it. Now, let's begin again. Gamma. Theta. Delta. Power. More. More. More.
That's the best it'll do.
No, it isn't. Let me have that lever. Man the bellows, Fritz, it's time. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out.
My God, it lives.
Yes. The table, Fritz.
But look at the face.
It's the chemical reaction. He's alive. Fritz, he's alive.
It's horrible. Like something from the depths of hell. You'll have to kill it.
Don't talk like a fool, Fritz. I won't abort this experiment now.
You've got to do it. You haven't the right to let that hideous thing live.
My God. I never dreamed it would be as bad as that.
For God's sake, hurry.
No, I can't.
By God, if you won't kill it, I will.
Don't touch that switch. Fritz, you've ruined everything we worked for.
I'll use this scalpel to make sure it's dead.
No. Fritz, look.
It's still alive. No! I can't bear it! Help! For God's sake!
Fritz, don't leave me! Don't leave me! Don't look at me with your dead eyes. You're no child of mine. Get back, damn you! Get back! Go back to hell!
Mustn't work so hard.
Fritz warned me, but I wouldn't listen.
Victor, for God's sake, what happened here?
It was an accident.
It was nothing, Monsieur Cavall. Only an accident.
The gods chained Prometheus to a rock where a vulture tore eternally at his flesh. I wonder what punishment they have in store for me. The creature had escaped. As the weeks passed, I began to believe that he must have perished from hunger or exposure. Sometimes, I almost convinced myself he'd never existed, except in my imagination. Little did I know what effect my experiment would have on the lives of others. I must take you forwards 3 months, Mr. Walton, to a poor cottage in the country near Geneva. A poor place, but happy, until they knew me.
Do you know, Father, I never tire of the view from the window of this cottage.
It's good to have you home, Felix, even though you'll be staying for only a little while.
I wish I could be here with you all the time. Sometimes I think I'm not cut out to be a scholar.
Nonsense. You were born to be a scholar, my son. It's in your blood. What you really mean is you think you should stay home and look after your poor, helpless old father.
Perhaps you could come with me to Geneva.
I'm perfectly happy here, Felix. I carry 100 books in my head, and I know the way to the village so well that I can walk there and back without ever once stumbling. That's more than most people can do. But in Geneva, I'd be lost. Cities are no place for the blind.
Still, I worry about you living here alone.
I'd be hurt if you didn't. But I'll be annoyed if you worry about me too much. Let's talk about more pleasant things, such as how well you're doing in your studies. Ah, your Uncle Philippe. He never fails me. Fetch me my horn.
Father, I have an idea. Don't answer it.
But if I don't answer, your Uncle Philippe will think that something's wrong.
And what will happen if he thinks that something's wrong?
He'll come over to see if I'm all right.
Good. I'll surprise him as I surprised you last night.
You remember the boy who cried wolf?
Oh, he won't have time to get worried. I'll meet him at the bridge.
Sometimes I think you'll never grow up. But go ahead then. Be off with you.
I'll be back soon.
I wonder if I was ever that young. Well, what do you have to say for yourself, Master Guitar? Old guitars are best, and so are old fathers. Nice of you to say so, Master Guitar.
You did not answer the horn.
Welcome, my friend.
I was afraid for you.
And where have you been for these past 2 days? I've missed you.
I have been searching for my maker.
Yes, a man should go in search of his maker from time to time. But come, you must be hungry. Eat. There's plenty of food. My son arrived from Geneva last night.
Then I must go.
No, there's no need for that. He'll be away for a while. He's gone down to the bridge.
Then I will eat of your bread.
You are welcome to anything that I have. You must know that by now.
Thank you, my friend.
Now, we mustn't neglect your lessons. You have bread for the body. Now you must have bread for the mind. What will it be today? History, philosophy, literature? You've been an apt pupil. It's astonishing how much you've learned in a few short months.
It is as if all knowledge were asleep within me and needed only to be called awake.
You said you'd been searching for your maker. Perhaps today's lesson should deal with religion.
Did I request thee, maker, from my clay to mold me man? Did I solicit thee from darkness to promote me?
Ah, you remember your Milton. Good.
Even Satan had his fellow devils to admire and encourage him. I am the only one of my kind.
Each of us is the only one of his kind. Plato said...
You have told me what Plato said, and all the others. But the knowledge that you have imparted does not comfort me. It only increases my capacity for pain.
Pain is the sternest but the greatest of teachers.
Words! Your words begin to offend me.
Through words we reach out and touch each other. There is no greater power in the universe.
I used to think you were so wise. But how little you know after all. I could put an end to all your words by strangling you. There would be an unanswerable argument.
You would not hurt me.
You flatter yourself. I could tear you apart. You cannot see me, but I am raising my arms. I am reaching out for your throat.
Yes?
Feel my hands. They are strong enough to snap your neck.
I refuse to fear you.
You are right. I could not hurt you. Oh, DeLacy, you must help me. You tell me what to do. You must be my judge.
I cannot judge you, but I can listen. Sometimes that is enough.
Be grateful that you cannot see me, for I am a hideous, misshapen thing.
That explains much. Is there anything I can do to comfort you, my friend?
Take this. Do you know what it is?
It's a medallion, a cameo, bearing a head, a man's head.
It is the face of my maker.
Your maker? I don't understand.
This morning, on the riverbank, I saw a child. He had fallen in the water and was crying out for help. I leapt into the water, swept him up in my arms, and carried him to shore. I laid him on the ground. He was beautiful. My heart went out to him. Then, as I bent over the child, trying to restore life to his body, I heard a shout. I looked up to see a man lift a musket to his shoulder and shoot at me.
But why?
It was the gamekeeper who had failed in his duty to protect the boy. And now the villain was trying to kill me. I struck him down.
God have mercy on us.
I turned back to the child who was beginning to revive. A thought flashed through my mind. The child was innocent. He would not find me loathsome. He would see in me only the being who had saved his life. I would take him away with me to be my companion. Together we would go to some unpopulated part of the world. I looked down at him. Lovingly, his eyes began to open.
Just a moment.
I must not be seen.
Hello, is there anyone in there?
You can hide in here if you wish.
Yes.
Hello, is there anyone in there?
I'm coming.
Forgive this intrusion. I'm Henry Clavell. This is my friend, Baron Frankenstein. Could we rest here for a few minutes?
You honor me, gentlemen. Come in, by all means. My name is DeLacy.
We've been searching in the woods all day. My brother is missing. He's only a child.
Oh, how terrible. How could such a thing have happened?
I'm afraid we don't know. Oh, would you mind if I lit a lamp?
Of course. May I offer you something to eat?
It's a cold, dark night for a little boy to be alone in the woods.
William is a very independent young man, Victor. Before morning, we'll find him sleeping under a tree. He'll laugh when he sees us, and you'll cheerfully spank him for wandering off.
I wish I could believe that, Henry. God, if we only had more searchers.
My son and my brother could help. Between them, they know the woods better than anyone.
Excellent. Where can we find them?
They should be down by the bridge.
Victor, what do you say I go and enlist them while you rest here?
Yes, good, Henry.
Mr. DeLacy, thank you.
You are a father. I am so much older than William that I have been his father as well as his brother. If anything should happen to him... How did this come to be here?
How did what come to be where, sir?
William's medallion. Bearing my picture. It was lying on your table.
I am blind, Baron. I know nothing of any medallion.
This precious son of yours, would his hobby be poaching by any chance?
Felix has done you no harm. He will help you find your brother.
Your son was poaching, and this morning the gamekeeper called
Felix did not kill the gamekeeper.
How did you know the gamekeeper was dead? I never said so. Your son must have killed him, and William saw him do it. Where is my brother?
Please, Baron.
Your business is with me.
What's that? Where are you?
You know me well, Victor.
Why are you hiding? Come out where I can see you. Oh, my God.
You call upon your maker. I hope you will be more successful than I have been in calling upon mine. Look at me!
I cannot. The sight of you repels me.
Has it never occurred to you that your creator may find you as repulsive as you find me?
I had almost convinced myself that you were dead.
You cast me forth, a poor, helpless, miserable creature, tormented by hunger, thirst, and cold.
I could not bear the burden of what I had created.
And what of my burden? I could distinguish no sensation but pain. Painfully, I discovered fire. I lived in a pigsty and ate the slops thrown to the pigs. For a time, I could not speak, but only babble like a beast.
I didn't wish it so. I wanted to create something beautiful and eternal.
You and all men abhor me because I am ugly, but I am made of flesh. I was driven from your village by scythes and pitchforks. You will laugh at this, Victor. But as I ran from them, I called out to you, my creator, to help me. Help me! Help me! And though I did not know your name, it was to you that I addressed my prayer.
What could I do? I'm only a man like any other.
The cursed creator! If you are only a man, why did you seek to rival God? Why did you form a monster so hideous that even you turned from me in disgust? God in pity made man in his own image, but my form is a filthy imitation of yours, made more horrible by its very resemblance.
I don't understand.
It is not necessary that you understand, my friend. After I go, remember only that I loved you.
You have been staying here, living in this cottage. That explains how you've survived.
I was more dead than alive the night I crawled to this good man's door. Through him, I learned to shape my thoughts into words. Who am I? What am I? Where did I come from? Like Adam, I was apparently linked to no other creature in existence. But Adam had been guarded by the special care of his creator. I was abandoned and alone. I went in search of my maker, and this morning I saw his face.
The medallion? So it was you who brought it here. It was you who took away my brother. And you who murdered the gamekeeper.
The gamekeeper tried to kill me. He failed. I tried to kill him. I succeeded. As for your brother, you need no longer concern yourself about him.
Damn you! Tell me what you've done with him.
What would you have done were you I? Perhaps I have taken him to a cave high in the mountains. Perhaps we will go away together to a place where you will never find us.
I'll kill you first!
It seems your skill at taking life is not greater than your skill at creating it. Well, What now? Will you call down a thunderbolt to strike me?
Damn you. Stop. In the name of God, stop.
Monster! Get away from my father!
No, Felix.
This is not your affair. Put down that gun. I have no desire to harm you.
Felix, no. My son.
No. Not you. Not my friend.
Father! Merciful God!
I'll kill you, you murdering fool! You deserve to die! I cannot. There have been enough deaths.
Father! I've murdered my father!
The poor old man lay dead in his son's arms. And that was not the end. I staggered out of the cottage behind the monster, and I saw Clerval walking toward me.
Victor!
There was a child in his arms.
Victor. My dear friend.
He was carrying William. And William was dead. My encounter with the hideous creature that I had brought into being, my knowledge that I had destroyed the lives of 3 innocent fellow beings, was almost more than I could bear. For weeks I lay in bed, my body tormented with chills and fevers, my mind wrestling with madness. If it had not been for Elizabeth and Clerval, I would have given up the struggle. Mercifully, they knew nothing of my horrible experiment. How tenderly they cared for me. How valiantly they strove to make me laugh. Again. On guard. Bravo!
Touché! Oh, you've killed me.
Henry, did I hurt you?
Elizabeth, your sword pierced my heart like one of Cupid's arrows. Mind you, it wouldn't have happened if my foot hadn't caught in Victor's bed curtains.
Would you care to try it again, Henry?
No, I think that's quite enough fencing for this evening. The truth is, I'm exhausted.
It's good of you both to amuse me.
My swordsmanship may be bad, Victor, but surely it's not amusing.
Don't pretend you don't understand, Henry. Sometimes I wonder if I have the right to laugh. With William lying in the crypt below, and that poor, crazed Felix gone to the hangman.
Darling, you must stop blaming yourself.
It was a clear-cut case, Victor. Felix went berserk. He murdered 3 people. The gamekeeper, your poor brother, and his own father. If it was anybody's fault, it was the devil's.
You don't believe in the devil, Henry?
No, of course I don't. But I doubt very much that his satanic majesty is disturbed by my disbelief.
I used to think you were talking nonsense when you said things like that, Henry. But lately, I've seen the devil, Henry. I've talked with him face to face.
My dear Victor.
Darling, you're freezing. I'll have the servants bring up some hot stones for your bed. But I must go and change. Louisa would be quite shocked if she saw me in fencing trousers.
Henry?
Yes?
It's you who should marry Elizabeth.
Don't talk nonsense, Victor.
Oh, you love her. You always have. And she loves you.
Victor.
I'm sick in body, sick in mind, and sick in soul. For God's sake, take her away from here.
Don't you think I would if I could?
I'm sorry, Henry. Sometimes I hardly know what I'm saying.
Victor, there's something you're hiding. Something that's tearing you apart inside. I've known it ever since that night at the DeLacy cottage.
You could never understand, Henry.
Please, Victor, tell me.
No, if I told you, you'd think I was out of my mind. You'd never believe me.
Let me decide that. Go on.
Well, you remember the night that you and Elizabeth arrived? I told you then that electricity was the source of life. Oh, God forgive me, Henry. I have proved it. What? Listen. Do you hear that? Oh, my God. Where are my pistols?
It's all right, Victor. It's only...
My pistols! They're not under my pillow. You took them away, Henry, you damned fool! Oh, God!
Baron, it's only Louisa and Conrad with the hot stones to warm your bed.
Send them away, Victor. You must finish.
Monsieur Claval, the Baron must rest.
Fritz, I thought...
I know what you thought.
Victor, please. Victor. Victor!
Go away, Henry!
If that's what you want, Victor. Good night.
We'll soon have you as warm as a bug in a rug, sir.
That we will, sir. You'll sleep like a child.
See if there's anything Monsieur Claval wants before he retires.
Yeah.
I'll finish this.
Yes. Yeah, here, Fritz.
Fritz, that heat does feel good.
You must try to sleep, Baron.
Oh, Fritz, how can you bear to look at me? That boy Felix, the old man, they wouldn't have died if it hadn't been for that damned thing I created. And the more I think about it, the more I'm certain it was that damned monster that killed William.
We can't know that for sure.
Can't we? I want to believe that Felix was guilty, but in my heart I know better. Just as you do.
I can sit with you tonight if you like.
No, that won't be necessary. I suppose it was you who took my pistols. You needn't have. I have no intention of killing myself. Good night, my friend. And thank you. It seems that all of my life I've been thanking you.
Good night, Excellency.
Sleep well.
So, you are here, aren't you? Yes, I can feel it. Where are you? Perching on the balcony like a carrion crow, perhaps? Let's see what's behind these curtains. Not there. Under the bed? Not there either. And I didn't really think so. Victor, you must get a grip on yourself.
Victor, what are you doing out of bed? You'll catch your death of cold.
Well, I was restless. I'll be all right now.
Get back under the covers at once. I'll close these window curtains.
Oh, Elizabeth. I love you so much.
Soon we'll be in Italy, darling. We'll lie together in the sunshine and laugh.
Yes. You're the medicine I need, Elizabeth.
I must go now. In the morning we'll have breakfast together. Good night, darling.
Good night, my love. And, Elizabeth?
Yes?
I know you all want to watch over me, but please, close the door.
Very well, my dear.
You were here all the time, just as I thought.
You do not seem surprised to see me.
I expected you to come tonight. You claimed another victim today.
Felix, say that you claimed another victim, or that we claimed another victim. You lay on your bed and whined with self-pity while they took a rope and hanged him in the village square.
I couldn't have stopped it. They wouldn't have believed me. They'd have locked me up in a madhouse and Felix would have been killed anyway.
Victor! We are alone. There is no one here you need to impress. The Countess Elizabeth...
Don't speak of her. I can't bear to hear her name on your lips.
What a sense of delicacy you possess, Victor. I have no wish to besmirch the lady's honor, but I have seen how you look at her and how she looks at you.
Leave Elizabeth alone! You call me a murderer if you like, and perhaps I am one. But Elizabeth...
You know, of course, that it was I who killed your brother.
Yes. I tried to lie to myself, but in my heart I always knew.
I took the child from the water where he would have drowned. And when his eyes opened and he saw me, he began to scream. "Ogre!" he shouted at me. "Monster! If you dare to hurt me, my brother will punish you. My brother, Baron Frankenstein, my creator who had denied me. And here was a spoiled, ungrateful puppy whom I ought to have left in the river. I struck him."
Please, no. Please, have mercy on me. Tell me no more.
I am sorry, Victor. Truly sorry. I have been tortured by remorse. I am malicious because I am miserable. Why should I pity man who does not pity me? You would not even call it murder if you took my life. If one human being accepted me, I would weep in gratitude. But I will not be an abject slave. I will revenge my injuries.
You've already revenged yourself on me.
What I have done is nothing to what I can do. But I came here to reason with you, not to threaten you. I have come to you, my maker, with a request. I am alone and miserable. Humans will not associate with me, but one as deformed and horrible as myself would not refuse to be my companion. What I ask is moderate and reasonable. You must create a female for me.
No matter how you torture me, I won't do that. Go! You have my answer. No, I will never consent.
You humans delight in the mating of beautiful things, but even the rat in the sewer has its mate.
I cannot, I will not.
Victor! My creator! Make me happy. Let me feel gratitude toward you. Let me see that I excite the sympathy of some living thing. Do not deny me my request.
Oh, God. I don't know. I don't know.
She and I would go to the farthest corner of the earth. My food is not that of man. I do not eat meat. We would live on vegetables and fruits and berries. Our bed would be of leaves. the sun would shine on us as on man.
I dare not.
Victor, I begin to see compassion in your eyes. I swear to you that my companion and I will go where no human being will ever find us. Our lives will flow quietly away. We will not be happy, but we will be harmless. And in my dying moments, I will not curse my Maker.
You swear to it. But why should I trust you? Perhaps this is some trick.
The love of another such as myself will remove the cause of my crimes.
I consent. God help me, I consent. On your solemn oath that you will go with her to an uninhabited part of the earth and stay there forever.
I swear that after that I will trouble you no more.
It will take time.
I am accustomed to waiting.
And during that time, you'll harm no one else.
I will harm no one else.
Then, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Damn you, I don't want your gratitude.
As you wish. As you wish.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the Resolved to fulfill my terrible commission with all possible dispatch, I labored day and night in my laboratory with Fritz, as always, at my side. I took my meals there, and when exhaustion overcame me, I fell asleep in my chair.
Victor, wake up.
What is it? Oh, you brought it. But it doesn't look very impressive, does it, Fritz? Floating in a jar. Yet it's the most incredibly complex object in the universe. The human brain. It's strange, Fritz, but there was a time when opening a grave troubled me no more than opening a book. But lately, I've felt that I ought to beg someone to forgive me. But, I'm not sure who.
After tonight, you'll be free.
I wish I could believe that, Fritz. At times, I'm afraid that I'll be loosing more horror upon the world.
It's different this time. You're rectifying a wrong rather than committing one.
Give me the jar, Fritz. This brain was once inside the head of a beautiful peasant girl. I suppose she liked to dance and sing before. And when it wakes up, it will be inside that thing on the table. I can't be certain, but I suspect there are times when the brain of the other one almost remembers who it used to be. It must be sheer hell.
Perhaps this one won't be as hideous as the other. She's certainly not ugly now, except for the scars on her neck.
She'll be hideous enough by the time her heart starts to beat. And in any case, he wants her to be ugly. He insisted upon it. Even if I knew how to overcome the chemical reaction, I couldn't allow her to be beautiful. It was so much different the last time. Then I thought of myself as the great benefactor of mankind. Now I feel as if I'd Signed a pact with Satan.
The equipment is in perfect order. There's no interference, as there was the other time.
What? No thunder and lightning? Somehow it seems so appropriate then.
Could the storm have damaged the other one's brain?
There's nothing physically wrong with his brain. He's filled with hatred for the human race, for me. He's determined to revenge himself on those who have rejected him. And my God, what if this one should be more malignant than her mate?
He swore to take her away with him into the jungle.
Yes, he swore, and I believed him. But what if he finds it impossible to keep his oath? What if life there is so harsh they cannot bear it? And she has taken no oath? How can I be sure that they'll keep the agreement?
They'll have each other. Only each other. They'll have no reason to go among human beings.
Ah, that's wishful thinking, Fritz. The very self-deception that I practiced when I allowed myself to be bullied and cajoled into this. How in God's name can we know that they won't hate one another? What if he can't bear the sight of his own deformity reflected in her?
Victor, we've gone too far to turn back now. We both know he's been watching us for weeks, nearby, waiting. We'd best get on with it.
No, I won't do it. This brain will never think again.
Victor!
It's done.
There was a contract between us. You have broken it.
I won't buy my own peace of mind at the expense of the human race.
You have violated your covenant with me, your creation. Victor, you do not find me one half so sickening as I find you.
I have no covenant with you.
I have reasoned with you, and that has failed. You have sentenced me to eternal loneliness. Are you to be happy while I grovel in wretchedness?
I tried to kill you once and failed. I won't fail again.
Don't, Fritz!
Slave! You foolish little man! Did you think to hurt me with so small a knife? Here, I will give it back to you. I will give you death since you seem so fond of it.
Fritz! Fritz!
Victor, what was this slave to you? No more than any other part of the machinery.
Fritz! Fritz!
Oh, I was mistaken. His death does sadden you. Victor, your grief gives me pleasure. I wish I could stay to enjoy it. But I have plans to make and things to do. If my maker will not look after me, I will have to look after myself. But remember, I will be with you on your wedding night.
Kill me now! Why wait until then? Do you think I care if I die? Kill me! Kill me! Fresh air's what you need, Henry. It'll blow some of the champagne bubbles out of your head.
Victor, you scientists can have your balloons. I prefer to fly on the wings of the grape.
Ah, Conrad, Louisa, thank you for all you've done tonight.
The Baroness made a beautiful bride, Herr Baron.
She did indeed, Louisa. We'll be leaving soon. I suspect your mistress has need of you.
I'll go to her at once.
Hans, you know where the trunks are. Take Conrad with you and fetch them down.
At once.
There have been so many tragedies this year. It's time we had a season of happiness.
When William died, I went almost insane with grief. Now, although I'm almost ashamed to admit it, whole days pass without my ever once thinking of him.
Victor, if we humans were a little less sensitive, we'd all be brutes. And if we were a little more sensitive, we'd all be lunatics.
Henry, there's something I must tell you. I have an enemy.
Of course you do. We all have enemies.
No, Henry, I mean an enemy who is determined to kill me this very night. I undertook an experiment in which this creature assisted me. Something went wrong. He was horribly disfigured.
Good God.
He swore revenge, warning me that he would murder me on my wedding night.
Victor, this is ghastly. Of course you've alerted the guard.
No, it's not a matter for the guard. I've taken measures of my own. I have a pistol, and I've treated the ball with venom, enough to kill an elephant. When he attacks me, he will die.
But Elizabeth...
He has no cause to harm Elizabeth. But if anything should happen to me, if I should die, I put her under your protection.
My dear Victor, if necessary, I am even prepared to protect her from you. If you don't treat her like an empress, I swear I'll thrash you.
Dear old Henry, I can always depend on you. Well, now I must go and get Elizabeth. We must be on our way if we're to catch the boat to Evian.
Then I think perhaps I'll walk in the garden. Be sure you call me before you go. I will want to kiss the bride goodbye.
Of course, Henry. And thank you.
Coachman, I don't know how much of that you heard, but I do know that good servants are highly skilled in selective deafness.
Sir.
You must drive carefully tonight. You will carry a very precious burden, and you may run into danger.
Danger?
The road through the woods is shortest, but the trees will provide cover for an attacker. 2 years ago, I met a highwayman there. A grinning rogue in a plumed hat who opened my purse and handed 1 gold ducat back to me. So you'll not want for food or shelter when you reach an inn, he said to me. Poor rascal. I had the honor of sending him another such ducat as he lay in prison, so that he might have wine and clean linen while he waited for his meeting with the hangman. I think you should take the longer and safer route along the river, and whip up the horses if anyone tries to stop you.
Sir.
And now I'll go and commune with invisible roses. You're not the Baron's regular coachman. Do you live in the village? I asked you a question. I don't find your silence amusing. Step down. Let's look at this coachman who doesn't speak and will not show his face. Holy Mother of Jesus.
Why could you not have gone your way and left me to do what I have to do?
What is it you have to do?
That is no concern of yours.
Anything which touches the life and happiness of a friend concerns me.
If you knew what Frankenstein had done, you would not count him among your friends.
Victor may have disfigured you, but you can't.
He has injured me much more than this. And he will suffer as I have suffered.
Do you think you're God that you can sentence him to death?
I will punish him beyond the pain of death.
Elizabeth, no, not that. I won't let you do that.
What is the use of talking to you, human? You despised me. But what are you? An aristocratic fop who scribbles verses while others slave that you may sleep between silk sheets. And now you will sleep forever. First, here on the floor, inside the coach. A humble resting place for so fine a gentleman. But you will not lie there for long. I have other plans for you.
Oh, this is another one of your dirty tricks, Hans, making me carry the biggest trunk of the lot, while you trot along with a satchel fit for a midget.
Just make sure you tie it good and tight, Buckhead. That's right. Let's put it up here on the roof of the coach. Heave, my lad. Heave!
Oh. Don't worry about a thing, Baroness. We have everything in hand.
I see that you have, Conrad. Victor, it was such a magnificent evening. We're lucky to have such friends. Did you see how shamelessly that little Baroness von Austerlin was flirting with Henry? Where is Henry?
Well, my guess is he's in the garden. Conrad.
Baron?
Would you go to the garden and see if Mr. Clerval is there, please? Hans, you may as well fetch the other large trunk.
You heard what the master said, Carol.
It's not... I imagine Henry's out there meditating on the Bhagavad Gita, some other piece of Asiatic moonshine.
Victor, that is unkind.
No, it wasn't meant to be. I've come to think that Henry may be wiser than I am.
Nonsense. He's more sophisticated, that's all.
Elizabeth, I have no right to such happiness.
Victor, I feel so privileged to be your wife. Our children will grow up in a world that you're helping to create. The world will be beautiful for them. Thanks to men like you, the 20th century will be a new golden age. An age in which there will be no poverty, no sickness, no war.
I wish I were as sure of that as I used to be. Elizabeth, I have a confession to make. I've done something shameful.
Oh, darling, you don't have to implore my forgiveness for your past infatuations. I don't care about that.
No, it's not what you think. I can't tell you the whole story now, but I'll tell you everything tomorrow. Elizabeth, there are sins of the flesh, sins of the spirit, and sins of the mind. We worry most about the flesh. Henry tells me that Hindus believe that the most terrible sins are those of the mind. And if that is true, I may have committed the ultimate, unforgivable sin.
Victor, I don't believe you're capable of doing anything wicked. You question your own motives too much. You must learn to laugh more.
I could not find Mr. Clerval in the garden, Baron.
Well, if we don't get on the road soon, we'll have to take tomorrow's boat.
Henry would never forgive us if we left without saying goodbye to him.
Ah, he said something about the study. I'll look. Conrad, do we have all the bags now?
There's still 3 or 4 of the small ones, and the mistress' hat boxes. Sir.
Well, bring them out as quickly as you can, will you?
At once, Baron.
I don't like leaving you alone.
I'm not alone, my darling. Our good coachman is right over there.
I'll be back in a moment, then.
Coachman, you startled me.
I beg your forgiveness, madam.
It isn't as serious as all that. With that scarf about your face, you look as if you were freezing. You shouldn't have sat up there on your coach all evening. You should have tied your horses and gone inside to keep warm.
I am accustomed to being outdoors, madam. The cold does not bother me. But you have not said if you forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive.
Nevertheless, it would comfort me greatly.
What a sensitive coachman you are. Of course you are forgiven. Think no more about it. And please stop shying away from me. It makes me nervous.
Madam is very beautiful. Such beauty must have given you great happiness.
I'm not at all sure that I am beautiful. To myself, I'm simply Elizabeth. I would be the same Elizabeth whether I was beautiful or ugly.
You jest. If you were ugly, the Baron Frankenstein, who now professes to love you, would long ago have driven you out of his house with a curse.
Coachman, I think you had better look to your horses.
It will be over very quickly. The fur piece across your face, and almost gentle pressure of my hands. The fur is almost as soft as your flesh. There will be almost no pain. You see, I promised it would be over quickly. I will place you at the foot of the stairs like a beautiful flower, a wedding bouquet. Oh, you are so beautiful, even in death. No, I must not weaken. Not now, for the bouquet is incomplete. Come, Farewell. It is time for the best man to join the bride. Here, lie down beside her. Your head on her breast. Your arms embracing her. The two of you together in death, as you never were in life.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Oh, my God.
Victor! Behold my wedding gift!
I have been pursuing him ever since that night, Captain Walton. Across Europe, into Asia Minor, through Siberia, across the mountainous ice of the ocean. Then, 3 days ago, I saw him. A speck in the distance, no more than a mile ahead of me. But at that moment, a tumultuous sea rose between my enemy and me, and I was left drifting on a cake of ice.
When you began your story, I thought that you were delirious. But later I kept thinking of that figure we saw racing across the ice. Even at a distance, it seemed unnatural. The crew sensed that more clearly than I did.
Captain Walton, if I should die...
You're not going to die.
If I should die, and he should appear, swear that you will not let him live.
Captain, we want a word with you.
Aye.
Without knocking, I see. Well, speak up.
You might say we was a delegation.
A delegation? What kind of nonsense is this?
It's not that we got anything against you, Skipper. You're as good a master as we ever served under.
Come to the point.
We wants to turn back. The men voted and we're all agreed. They elected us to come and tell you.
This isn't Parliament. I'm the master here. I'll decide when it's time to turn back.
Maybe you will and maybe you won't.
Damn it, are you threatening me?
Call it what you like. We're not going to let you kill us. If we keep sailing northward, the ice is going to tear the ship apart.
For the love of God, sir, we've got to turn back.
Oh, belay that. We didn't come here to bag. The fact is, this ship is going to turn south. You can come with us, or you can stay here. That's up to you.
You know the penalty for mutiny.
I'd a damn sight rather be hung by the neck than crushed by the ice.
What are you men doing here?
Mr. Williamson, it would seem that we have some damned mutineers aboard.
I don't think we ought to get excited, Captain. These are good men. You can't blame him for not wanting to die.
You knew about this, then?
I've heard talk. You men should have come to me first. You had no right to approach the captain. But they're right, Captain. It would be suicide to go on.
Whose side are you on?
I hope it doesn't come to that. You're a pretty fair seaman. I think you'll do what's right by the men.
Don't go back to your families in disgrace. If you go back now, you'll be branded as cowards.
Don't excite yourself, Baron. You yourself told me it was folly to seek to break through to the pole.
It isn't the North Pole you'll be searching for now. If you go on, you'll be hailed as the benefactors of your race.
Baron, the men may be right. I can't sacrifice them to my pride or your obsessions.
Then give me a boat and some supplies. I must follow him.
You seamen go back to your duties. We'll discuss this later.
You men heard what the captain said.
Perhaps we can work some of the damned insolence out of them, Mr. Williamson.
I think you should know that they'll kill us both if they have to.
So, it's as bad as that.
It was your friend the Baron that tore the mainsail as far as the crew was concerned. Well, I best go on deck, keep an eye on things. Mood the men's in, anything could happen.
I'll join you in a moment, Mr. Williamson. Summon all hands on deck. I'm going to make an announcement. We're turning back.
I'm glad to hear that. Captain, I'm damn sorry for your sake it had to end this way.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson.
Henry?
It's all right, Victor.
Henry, it's strange, but I don't hate that thing I created. Not anymore. Now, I wish he were dead for his sake rather than for mine. I'm almost content now.
I have to leave you for a little while, Victor. Try to sleep.
Victor. Victor.
Have you come to watch me die?
I do not wish you to die. Time after time, as you pursued me, I could have let you starve. Instead, I left you food. Because I pitied you and abhorred myself.
I thought you did it to taunt me.
Am I to be thought the only criminal when all mankind sinned against me?
No. No. You are not the only criminal.
Oh, Victor. Do you think that the groans of Clerval and Elizabeth were music to my ears? I was the slave of an impulse I detested.
Yes. We are all slaves to impulses that we detest. We do not do the thing we love, but the very thing we hate.
I could not allow you to enjoy the companionship of your mate while I had none.
Poor Elizabeth. We killed her, you and I. We destroyed them all. Nothing can undo what we did. Death is the great simplifier. I wish for you a speedy death, because I pity you.
Victor, take my hand, please.
You must take mine.
No, that would not be the same. I do not ask that you forgive me. I ask only that you reach out and touch me. Something that no other living creature has ever done.
I would. I swear it. But all my strength is gone.
Victor, please.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Victor. Victor, you alone among living things have pressed your flesh against mine. Now you have gone to your Maker. May he be as merciful to you as you have at last been to me. You are the last human being who will ever see me. I will build a funeral pyre and consume into ashes this miserable frame, so that it will afford no light to any unhallowed wretch who would create another such as I. I will exult in the agony of the flames, and the wind will sweep my ashes into the sea. My spirit will sleep in peace with my Maker.
My dearest sister, no sooner had I given orders to turn the ship about and to abandon my great unhallowed dream Then I saw a huge and dreadful figure spring down upon an ice raft, which lay close to the vessel's side. He was soon borne away by the waves and lost in darkness and distance.
Tonight on CBC Stage, you have heard Frankenstein, a radio version of Mary Shelley's novel by Alden Nolan and Walter Learning, based on their stage version of the classic as first performed at Theatre New Brunswick in Fredericton. In tonight's performance, David Brown appeared again in his original role from that production. Neil Monroe was Victor von Frankenstein, and Joan Gregson played Elizabeth Lavenza, with David Renton as Henry Clerval. Others in the cast were Joseph Rutten, Richard Donat, Bill Fulton, Hamilton McClymont, Joan Orenstein, David Hemlin, Bruce Armstrong, Graham Whitehead, and Matthew Allen. Music was composed and conducted by Stephen Freygood, and the musicians were Elizabeth Peterson, Alexander Tilley, Mary Canner, Joseph Krause, Phyllis Encher, Nora Fraser, Anne Craybill, and Craig Reiner. Audio engineering was by Keith DeLong, and sound effects by Harold Porter. Assistant producer was Elizabeth Fox. Frankenstein was produced and directed from CBC Halifax by John Douglas.
The Blank Company, makers of that extra special Blankarine, food of supermen, presents... Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman! Superman, eighth wonder of the modern world. Visitor from a distant planet whose strength knows no limits and whose endurance is beyond anything humanity has ever known. Champion on Earth of the weak and helpless, whose aim is to rescue the suffering and bring help to all who need and deserve it. And remember this, if you too would be a Superman... And now, Superman. Yesterday, we saw how the child of Jor-El and Lara was placed in the rocket ship and sent on his way to Earth, while his parents died in the terrible explosion that wiped the planet of Krypton from the universe. Today, as our story continues, the child has become a man. The rocket landed in a desert. Superman stepped forth full grown to explore this strange new world in which he found himself. Swifter than a bird in flight, unaffected by cold, hunger, or fatigue, Superman set out to investigate the ways of man on his planet Earth. We find him at last hovering with his curious power above a quiet highway in Indiana. The road, with its trolley track at one side, winds to the top of a hill where the suburban cars stopped to let off passengers. Then down again to the valley below with a winding curve at the bottom. A trolley is just pulling up the hill, and as Superman wheels and turns in curious flight, unseen below, a man and a boy come out of the shed that serves as waiting room.
Here she comes, Dad.
Right on time, too. I told you so, Jimmy.
Gee, I hope it stops all right.
Now, don't worry. It's slowing down.
Does it always sway like that, Dad?
Oh, sometimes, but it's all right.
Don't seem to be many people on board.
It's the middle of the week. Light traffic.
Good morning. Morning, Professor. Going into town?
Well, I hope so, John. Taking Jimmy to the fair.
Hey, great show, all right. Well, I reckon you're my only passengers. Make yourself at home. I'm going to get me a drink.
Why, Dad, we've got it all to ourselves.
Yeah, regular private car.
Where'd the motorman go?
Oh, just over at the spring. Mighty hot day.
You better hurry. If he doesn't, he'll get left behind.
Can't start without the motorman.
Well, we are.
Huh?
Look, Dad.
What? John, where are you?
Daddy, what's happened? I want to get out.
The brakes. Something's happened to the brakes.
Let's get out quick. Open the doors.
They're jammed. They're tight shut.
We're going faster and faster. We're going downhill. What are we going to do?
Jimmy, come here.
The window, out the window, Dad. Get it open. Smash it.
Wait.
Jump, Dad, jump.
No, it's too late. Going too fast.
We've got to. Look, there ahead, there's a tree.
Jimmy.
A tree's falling right on the track.
Look, there in the sky. It's a man.
He's flying.
It can't be. It's not possible.
He's coming straight at us. He's swooping down.
Quick, grab hold of me.
No, put me down. Let go.
Doc, what are you picking me up for?
Get away. Put me down.
I'm saving your lives.
Daddy, he's picking me up out the window.
Jimmy.
Quick, one more second. Now then.
Daddy.
One under each arm. Out the window. And up in the air. Up. And we're off.
I don't know what to say.
Quite all right, Professor. Pulling you and the boy out of that car was nothing.
I can't believe it.
Who are you, anyway? Where do you come from?
I have no name. I come from a world that no longer exists. Here in this world of yours, men would call me a Superman.
It's a dream, a wild, impossible dream.
But, Daddy, it happened. We saw it. He flew down, took us under his arm.
And out of the car, that's all. Nothing so strange about that.
You saved our lives, Jimmy's and mine. I don't understand even now, but I'm grateful.
Are you, Professor?
Do you doubt it?
Would you do something to prove it?
Would we? Anything at all?
Then make me a promise. Promise that you'll say nothing at all about what's happened.
What? Don't you want people to know?
Not just yet. I want no one to know, except those I help. Will you promise?
If you wish.
I do. Believe me.
Then you have our word. Is that all?
No. You've given me your promise. Now I want your advice.
You want advice from us?
You know this world. I am a stranger. You know the people in it. And I have still to find them out.
You want to meet men, is that it?
Not meet them, Professor. Observe them. Study them. See them at their best and their worst. Know which to help and when help is needed. If you can tell me that.
Daddy, can we help him?
Well, I think so, Jimmy. If that's what he wants and all he wants.
To me, it's a great deal.
My friend, if we can call you that.
I hope we can.
My first friends on this earth.
To mingle with people, to see men at the highest and lowest, if that's what you want, go to a newspaper, a great metropolitan daily.
A newspaper? I'll do it.
And join their staff. Be a reporter.
But you can't do it in those clothes. Not that blue costume with the cloak and the shield on your breast. Gee, you just couldn't.
Jimmy, these are the cloak and the shield of Superman. If I become as other men... Professor, I'll do it. I'll take your advice. And I thank you for it.
But no thanks. If there were only something more.
There is. Remember your promise. And now, goodbye. I've stayed too long, and I'm off. Goodbye.
Dad, look, he's flying again.
City desk. White.
Listen, Chief. You better get somebody on that Southwestern story right away.
Anything broke?
It looks bad. I don't know where your dope came from, but it sure was right.
Where are you now?
At the yards out of town. If I were you, I'd have somebody watch the man they call McCrae.
McCrae?
That's what I do, Chief. Watch him, trail him, follow him every minute. McCrae's at the bottom of this, sure as you're born. Hey, I gotta beat it. Somebody's coming. So long.
Excuse me, Mr. White. That young man's still waiting.
What young... Oh, the one who wrote the letter, huh? Well, let him wait. Who we got that's free?
McCann's on the coast. Grayson's down in Virginia. Most of the day men are full up.
Oh, I knew it. Confound it. Always the way. Something breaks and nobody to handle it.
What is it, Mr. White?
Railroad. Sabotage. I didn't believe it, but there may be something in it after all. If there is...
Yes, sir?
If there is, Miss Lane, it'll be the biggest story since Lindbergh. And me short-handed. Oh, what's the use?
Yes, sir. About that man.
Oh, send him in. Send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Kent. Mr. White will see you now. Right.
Sit down. You want to see me?
Yes, sir. My name is Kent. Clark Kent.
What can I do for you, Mr. Kent?
Well, Mr. White, you can give me work, I hope.
Work? On the paper?
Yes, sir. I'd like to be a reporter.
No. You'd like to be a reporter. Floyd Gibbons in disguise.
No, sir. Not Floyd Gibbons.
Ever done any reporting?
No, sir.
No, sir. But you think you'd be a whiz, eh? I know. I'm sorry. Just the same.
You haven't any openings?
Not for greenhorns. I'm sorry if I'm blood.
But, Mr. White, even if I am a greenhorn, suppose I brought you a good story.
And where would you get it? I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Kent.
A really good story?
Such as?
Such as the complete inside on the man called McCrae on the Southwestern Railroads.
What's that?
You heard me. Do you want that story?
Do I want it? Well, I should say I do. But look here.
I think I could get it for you, Mr. White.
What do you know about McCrae?
A little bit.
Where'd you even hear his name?
In connection with railroads, Mr. White.
Stop beating about the bush. I only heard the beginning of that myself yesterday morning. Not a paper in the country has carried a line. And yet
I come in here and talk about it. I think I could do something with that, Mr. White.
Now, look here, Kent. Mysterious secret messages have threatened to tie up every railroad in the country, beginning with the Southwest...
My goodness, Mr. White.
For a while, the road paid no attention. Then the crack flyer on the P&R went off a bridge.
Yes, I read about that.
Yeah, naturally. But you didn't read about the warnings, because they weren't printed.
Weren't printed?
No, and they won't be. Not until the FBI in Washington has checked all the angles, and then this man McCrae...
Oh, yes. Yes, McCrae.
Well, where do you come in? How did you get to know McCrae? Excuse me. City desk, White.
My friend, tomorrow night the Flying U leaves Denver for the west. It will not arrive in Salt Lake City.
Hey, what's that? Who's this?
I have been called McCrae. That is all.
Hey, come back here. Wait. Who was that just called me? Trace him. Find out where he was.
I'm sorry, sir. We cannot do that. The party is disconnected.
Nuts.
Beg pardon, sir, but if that call did come from McCrae, I should be inclined to believe it.
How do you know who that was?
I should warn the officials in charge of the Flying Ute.
Now, look here. You couldn't hear that phone. What is this?
As I was saying, Mr. White, suppose I brought you a good story. A really good story. The story of how the Flying Ute was wrecked on its way to Salt Lake.
I take chances, Kent. I'm going to take a chance on you.
Thank you, Mr. White.
It's 2,000 miles. You'll have to hop a plane.
I'll get there, Mr. White, in spite of the weather.
Good Lord, I hadn't noticed. Well, get to the airport anyway.
You rang, Mr. White?
Miss Lane, this is Clark Kent, temporarily attached to our staff. You'll note I said temporarily.
Yes, sir.
Kent leaves for the west with the first plane. Get him tickets and a $200 advance.
Mr. White, all planes are grounded.
That's all right, Mr. White. I'll get there.
Take him outside and show him what he needs to know.
Mr. White, I'd like to thank you.
Oh, let it go, Kent. Let it go. Get a story and you get a job. You're either clairvoyant or the luckiest guesser alive. Either way, I can use you. But if you miss out, well...
This way, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Miss Lane. It's good of you to show me around.
Pretty lucky, I'll say. 100 good newspaper men walking the streets, and you walk right into a job.
I say, I am lucky.
You wait in here, the anteroom to the cashier's office.
Well, I really don't need an advance.
Playboy in disguise, eh? I said wait here.
What a beast of an evening.
Don't fall out that window. It's 20 stories down.
Beautiful view, even in the fog.
You wait right here till I get your money. Then I'll introduce you to a few real newspaper men.
Plane's grounded. 2,000 miles to go. Nobody's looking. I'm afraid I can't wait.
to the city room.
He didn't go out. I left him right here, the window.
What?
The open window. He went through it, and it's 20 stories down.
What do you say? What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean.
Out the window, 20 stories above the ground. In the wink of an eye, meek Clark Kent, cub reporter for the Daily Flash, becomes Superman, eagle of the sky, winging his way west over city and plain, river and mountain. But will he be in time? Can he checkmate the strange figure called McCrae, discover the plot, save the flying Ute, roaring toward Denver at 90 miles an hour? Tune in tomorrow and follow the story. And meanwhile... Remember, tomorrow, same time, same station.
Up in the sky! Look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
And the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Father Coughlin is preparing to address you on two very important points. The first deals with bond inflation, and the second is concerned with the neutrality bill. During the next 3 minutes, while the Little Flower Choristers with Mr. Guthrell at the organ sing for us the Crucifix, kindly telephone some friend or family to tune to this program. The information contained therein is of vital importance for our peace and our prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, copies of the address to which you are about to listen will be available to every person in this audience. Your copy can be secured by writing to Father Coughlin directly at Royal Oak, Michigan. Moreover, next week's Social Justice magazine will amplify the remarks which are about to be made this afternoon, giving detailed information on the Neutrality Act, which will either be rejected in full by the 1st of May or rewritten in such a manner as to keep us out of foreign entanglements. It is my pleasure to present to you Father Coughlin in his address entitled Bonds and Neutrality.
Good afternoon, my friends. Today I plan to address you on two closely related current topics. The first part of this discourse will deal with the threatening and possible financial crisis being brought about as a result of our institutions being overloaded with tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds. The second part will concern itself with the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st of this year, and therefore which should command the attention of all persons who are intelligently desirous of having a second Neutrality Act written, which will be efficacious in keeping us free from foreign entanglements. Both of these subjects are definitely related to social justice. The first, insofar as we are anxious to attain prosperity, and the second, insofar as we are anxious to settle upon a program of peace. As for the first, the financial crisis threatening us as a result of our countries having been overloaded with debt bonds, let us dwell upon the following considerations. In our laudable effort to institute social reform, we have courted financial disaster. It is true that the Wagner Labor Act assured the right of labor to organize, but has not contributed much to establishing an actual, living annual wage. It is true that the Social Security Act gave expression to the theory of security, but it has not progressed beyond the theoretic stage. It is likewise true that the Gold Act, the creation of the Stabilization Fund, and other financial bills transferred many monetary powers and activities from Wall Street, New York, to Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington. But the transfer in practice has not benefited the nation. All in all, an ever-increasing national debt, now approximating $45 billion, obstructs our progress and nullifies our social reforms. Not disparaging the good intents of those responsible for creating this debt, I cannot help but compare their efforts in my own mind to the royal edict issued centuries ago by a certain king named Canute. Tradition tells us that this monarch, desirous of proving his might to his subjects, determined to do something about the problem of soil erosion. Instead of building a practical seawall to prevent the waves washing away the acres of England, he issued an edict forbidding the waters to trespass beyond certain limits, which he marked on the sands with his royal scepter. His legislation and his intent were perfect. Nevertheless, the method employed by King Canute was inefficient. And so with America. While humane legislation was written upon our statute books to repel the advances of the waves of depression, it will always be remembered as a praiseworthy attitude on the part of government. Nevertheless, many of us are constrained to contend that its method proved most inefficient. The man in the street probably doubts the soundness of these statements. Likely, he is more interested in a glamorous King Canute standing on the shores of time and fulminating against the angry waves of capitalism more than he is in the persistent rise of the tide of depression and the continuous wash of the waves of disaster against the shores of our prosperity. What are 45 or 50 billion dollars of debt to the ordinary factory worker or home renter? Must not this fabulous amount be absorbed in taxation by the rich and by the property owners, asks he? Therefore, more power to the government, thinks he, when the government reaches into the treasuries of corporations, of homeowners, and of farmers to liquidate these borrowings. Unfortunately, the man in the street forgets that it is he, the consumer, who always pays. He forgets that taxation is always added to the cost price he surrenders for his bread, his cigarettes, and his gasoline. He forgets that with every new $1 billion of debt money that is borrowed by the federal government, there is a new dime added to the cost of his groceries. He forgets that for every new $1 billion which Congress appropriates for federal expenses, there is $1 billion of purchasing power kept from the pocketbooks of the citizens. And finally, he forgets that when this occurs, the factory owner will not manufacture goods and will not require the services of the man in the street to produce them. I appreciate that part of our taxation money goes into the construction of public works. But I also know that a great deal of the $45 billion was wasted on relief that did not relieve. When will the man in the street remember that it is he who pays and pays and pays? I recognize that these are not pleasant things to obtrude upon the ears of this audience. Nevertheless, it is a plain fact that if this nation did not have to support $45 billion of debt represented in tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds, it would have $45 billion to utilize in production, $45 billion to be spent in manufacturing motor cars, clothing, and building construction, $45 billion of wealth money to speed up the wheels of production and consumption instead of $45 billion of debts to impede the activity of our economic body. Someday, the man in the street will begin to appreciate the difference between theory and fact, between social reform and economic reform, between legislation which does not produce salutary effects and legislation which does produce salutary effects. When he comes to that realization, he will discover that moving the control of debt money from Wall Street to Pennsylvania Avenue contributes no benefit to the welfare of America, even though this moving was accompanied by the fanfare of social reform. Someday he will recognize that every dollar of taxable debt created by the government under the present system of bond issues is a dollar, the major portion of which does not get into the national pay envelope. In 1929, America suffered from a financial crash. Those were the days when Wall Street controlled the finances of the nation. Those were the days when billions of credit or debt dollars, not actual dollars, were loaned by private institutions to states, municipalities, corporations, and individuals. The year 1929 saw the stock market soar to its zenith. To all keen analysts, it was obvious what would happen. They knew that Wall Street and its affiliates, which had loaned 20 and 30 times more credit money than was represented by actual assets, was operating on an unsound basis. And so did the lenders themselves. Consequently, when these inflated loans were recalled, the borrowers found themselves unable to meet the demands of the lenders. Then, with a market crash, and the private banks throughout the nation, which had used depositors' money to purchase stocks and real estate, they failed because when they attempted to sell their holdings, they were fortunate to trade them for 10 cents on the dollar. That was 1929, notable for its bank failures and its stock market crash. 10 years has made a difference in our lives. Since then, legislation has been passed by which the federal government protects bank deposits. The Security Exchange Commission has controlled to a certain degree the abnormal price advances on the stock market. Nevertheless, a more serious financial danger looms upon the economic horizon in America. The man in the street probably is not aware of it, any more than the man in the street was conscious of what was about to happen in 1929. If he were aware, he would not be the man in the street. What is this new financial danger that is threatening us? Briefly, it is related to a depreciation of government bonds. It is related to the imponderable burden of $45 billion of national debt which we owe. It is related to the $45 billion worth of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds which individuals, banks, and particularly insurance companies have purchased. For the past 6 years, financial institutions and insurance companies have been investing their money in the purchase of these bonds. Now their portfolios are so heavily loaded with these investments that they cannot afford not to buy more bonds. Consequently, when a new issue of $5 billion of government bonds is offered for sale by the Treasury Department, the present bondholders are almost compelled to buy them in order to protect the value of the bonds which they already hold. Capital is actually forced today to invest in debt instead of production. Thus, a serious condition has arisen. If the present bonds had been successful in breaking the back of the Depression, in getting 10 million men back to work, in taking 21 million men and women off the dole, there would not be a serious reason to complain today. But because this method of issuing more bonds has not alleviated our national distress, it is evident that this practice of issuing governmental bonds and inflation must be abandoned. The insurance corporations and capital in general cannot go on forever buying bonds and investing in debt which does not relieve the situation. 6 years has proven that point, that this policy is about to breed a worse disaster than we experienced in 1929 if it is continued. Thus, if the man in the street is intelligent, he will begin to appreciate that the problem of decent wages, of employment, and of security cannot be settled by mere social reforms. Deeper and wider than any social reform is a necessary financial reform for the salvation of both capital and labor, so that men can get back to work at a profit for themselves and their families. Let the man in the street ask himself, what have these borrowed billions of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable billions of bonds really accomplished. They have not hired the 10 million unemployed. They have not guaranteed a profit for the farmer. They have not multiplied private ownership. They have not put more money into the annual pay envelope of the employed. They have not abolished want in the midst of plenty. They have not spread contentment over the face of the earth. On the contrary, they have increased the cost of living. They have multiplied taxation. They have tended to breed socialism and radicalism. They have jeopardized the very existence of our national solvency. They have cast men on the breadline. They have threatened not only the existence of our insurance corporations, but of the billions of dollars which millions of citizens invested in these organizations. They have decreased the number of bank depositors, and finally they have increased the problem of insecurity. All these are not pleasant things to speak about. Nevertheless, I venture to fix our common attention upon these national facts, to suggest that this federal government bond inflation must not proceed any further without jeopardizing the existence of our form of government and the existence of our national institutions and insurance corporations. Every sane citizen is concerned with the safety of the honest investments of his fellow citizens. Every sane citizen is anxious to see the constant operation of factories, the payment of living annual wages to labor, and the continuation of insurance companies in which 30 million Americans have invested their earnings. But prosperity cannot be produced by taxing the capitalists and the workers out of existence to support the non-workers and the unfortunate men and women who are forced to seek their livelihood on the dole. Prosperity cannot be had as long as capital continues to invest in debt, and as long as capital refrains from investing in production. Every time $1 billion worth of bonds is purchased, it's $1 billion that does not get into industry, that does not employ men in factories, that does not feed children, that does not enter into pay envelopes. Thus, it is suggested that our federal financiers abandon the program of issuing these tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable government bonds, which are penalizing our gainfully employed citizens, which are threatening our industrialists and insurance corporations, and which are withdrawing billions of dollars from the channel of production, from pay envelopes, and from purchasing power. 6 years of the experiment associated with attempting to borrow ourselves out of debt by adding new debts, that's had its day. A continuation of this policy will bankrupt America economically and politically. Sooner or later, and perhaps sooner than the man in the street suspects, he's always the last to learn this. Sooner or later it will bring about an inevitable collapse of what remains of Americanism, when great groups of people begin to blame our ills not upon the financial theories operated by government, but upon government itself, upon representative government, if you please. I repeat what I said several Sundays ago. Namely, I fear an army of 10 million unemployed, 21 million dolesters, and 13 million exploited taxpayers, more than I do the combined armies of Europe and Asia. An army that, instead of diminishing year by year, has been increasing not only in numbers, but in resentment. Let us be honest, my friends, in our attitude towards government. Let us rejoice in the fine social pronouncements which it made during the past 6 years, even though we are sorely disappointed because its financial activities have proven a failure. But let us recognize that 10 billion more borrowed bond dollars of the same type, added to our present national debt, will increase our national taxation by almost 20%. It will force our insurance corporations and financial institutions either to buy these $10 billion of bonds or to suffer a depreciation in the value of bonds they already hold, and that means failure. It will withhold $10 billion from industry where men earn their livelihood. It will increase the army of unemployed and decrease the purchasing power of the nation. Therefore, let us encourage our representatives and senators and executives to act promptly and courageously in removing this menace from our midst. There's nothing to be gained either by industry, labor, agriculture, education, or religion manifesting a hostile spirit towards government if we criticize some of government's methods. It is a kindly criticism, spoken not against men, but against policies, with the hope that our executive and congressmen will be encouraged to abandon the hand shovel system of digging a Panama Canal and of adopting the steam shovel system of plenty for all. With the solidified backing of this nation, and especially with support coming from you and from the man in the street, possibly our government can be persuaded at this late hour to use the billions of dollars of gold buried at Fort Knox. Possibly instead of issuing interest-bearing, tax-exempt, and non-negotiable bonds for sale, the government will decide to issue negotiable, non-interest-bearing bonds for salaries to all public servants, and thereby stimulate the purchasing power of the nation without adding to taxation and without forcing capital, as represented by insurance companies and banks, to invest money in debt. At least, a sufficient amount of this kind of money, of which I've spoken, can be created to restore the necessary purchasing power, which will not only remove the danger of a bond collapse, but which will enable our factories to reopen, our idle to be employed, and our national solvency to be guaranteed. My fellow citizens, we must get back to work in private industry. We can't go on working for the government. Prosperity only comes when industry is active, when the laboring men are paid honest, living wages, and when taxation is reduced to a minimum. Prosperity only comes when capital invests in labor, and when labor invests in capital. Further details on this subject will appear in Social Justice magazine. As logical as this proposal appears, namely, our government's utilizing the gold against which to issue negotiable bonds to pass out in salaries to our government employees, I am of the opinion that it will not be entertained too quickly. Preferred to it, I am afraid that we will pass some kind of a neutrality act which will permit us to open our factories, to produce munitions and shells and airplanes and cannons as we enter into the blood business, and from the blood business gain a semblance of prosperity. Therefore, the second part of this afternoon's address concerns itself with the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st of this year. In these days, when there is a possibility of another world war, there is a plenitude of evidence pointing towards our being entangled in it. To many persons, this evidence is not manifest because warmongers are most careful not to disclose their plans. 25 years ago, under the pretext of saving democracy, a war was plotted and planned in secret. We have every reason to suspect that the leopard does not change his spots, that another world war is being plotted and planned with the same secrecy as heretofore. Plotted indirectly, if you will, by certain internationalist financiers and politicians who are planning, even in the face of impending financial disaster, to speed up American employment by manufacturing arms and munitions for foreigners as Europe prepares to enter a war of extinction unto death. And in this plan, political party lines mean nothing. Prominent public personages of both parties are busy campaigning for a Neutrality Act, which, if it is successfully supported, will certainly lead America into war. Permit me to outline the elements which, to my mind, should find expression in a safe Neutrality Act. Elements, if you agree with them, should bestir you today to go into action. American, Christian, democratic action to encourage our congressmen to support a real George Washington American Neutrality Act of no foreign entanglements. Wars are no longer declared. The 20th century fashion has been streamlined to fit the style of modern internationalism, which has outlawed the declaration of wars. Foreigners are not the only ones who adopted this new style. According to Senator Shipstead, we Americans have fought 6 undeclared wars. He informs us that we made war on Mexico in 1916 and captured Veracruz without any declaration of hostilities by Congress. That we made war on Russia in 1918, after the World War, without even a proclamation of hostilities by the President. that together with the British Navy we bombarded Nanking in 1926, and that at other dates we took over Haiti, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic without the benefit of declaration of war by Congress. Now that declared wars are out of fashion for both foreigners and Americans, we should be concerned with the passage of a neutrality bill which will take that fact into consideration. Second, and of more importance, we should be interested in the writing of a neutrality bill which will outlaw the spread of propaganda in our nation. Propaganda designed to condition our people for entrance into an undeclared or declared war. And third, we need a reaffirmation of George Washington's policy of no foreign entanglements in the preamble of our Neutrality Act. This means that we are entitled to an expression on the part of this administration and of all future administrations of the adopted foreign policies which will prevent agencies of government, such as the Treasury Department or the Department of Commerce, from entering into certain trade alliances, financial alliances, and other alliances, which little by little and step by step lead to hostilities with foreign nations. And fourth, secret agreements, if not treaties, must be taken into consideration by our new Neutrality Act. For it has happened in the past, and it can happen in the future, that such secret agreements impose obligations upon Congress which do not permit Congress in a given crisis any other alternative but to enter into a war. It's true that Congress declares war, but if secret treaties and agreements and alliances pre-exist the crisis, Congress can do nothing else but declare war. On these points I will touch in the following minutes at my disposal. A neutrality bill which does not penalize propaganda is useless because it merely concerns itself with the actual engaging in war and does not anticipate the series of events which lead to war. Wars are foisted upon us by warmongers who operate like thieves in the night. It was their propaganda which led us to the slaughter more than 20 years ago. It is this same propaganda with which we are vitally concerned in our neutrality bill today. To bear out this point and prove it, I refer you to an article written in Harper's Magazine in 1918 by Sir Gilbert Parker, the Chief of Staff of British propagandists. It was his job, so he reveals, to condition our president, our congressmen, and our people into financing and fighting the world war in behalf of the so-called democracies of Great Britain and France. This English baronet, who represented the British government in propagandizing America, admits that he was responsible for American publicity from the very day war broke out between England and the Central Powers. According to Senator Gerald Nye, who recently condensed Sir Gilbert Parker's article, which appeared originally in Harper's Magazine, there were several methods employed by Sir Gilbert Parker which were efficacious in their results. Recognizing that it is Congress which declares war, but also recognizing that Congress readily succumbs to the mass determination and conditioning of the people, Sir Gilbert adroitly operated on the American people. Oh, he was not concerned with the constitutional right of Congress to declare war. He knew that if he conditioned the people through propaganda, Congress could not help but declare war. That's his own admission. Consider how efficient this propaganda proved to be. Long before we entered into the World War, we were spending $24 million a day to help the Allies defeat the Central Powers. Consider that approximately $15 million a day was going directly to the Allies, represented by loans and by credits for munitions. For years, this practice continued. For years, we kept piling up investments in favor of one of the warring factions. Investments that were directly and immediately related to war. And then, when 1916 and 17 came, it stood to reason that if our nation had invested its money in a foreign nation already engaged in war, then we were rendered susceptible to the persuasion of propagandists to follow through with investments of soldiers. Consequently, the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st, should not be abandoned, but should be rewritten to take this fact into consideration, so that at some future date another Sir Gilbert Parker will not be permitted to conduct his operations within our shores. Relative to secret commitments, promises, and obligations originating from executives in the State Department or the Treasury Department, and not from Congress, let us be intelligent enough to recognize that no government official is childish enough to tell the American public the real truth of foreign relations. If some citizen directly or indirectly makes the accusation that secret treaties or obligations have been entered into, it's the practice of government officials vehemently to deny the veracity of such charges. That has been the custom in the past. It will be the custom in the future. And to exemplify this, momentarily, let us turn our attention to Great Britain and learn from a concrete example how this operates. 28 years ago, in 1911, March 8th, in the House of Commons, I quote Senator Nye, Mr. Mackinnon Wood, the Under-Secretary for British Foreign Affairs, absolutely denied any secret treaty existed between England and France. On November 27, 1911, Sir Edward Grey, a former cabinet officer, said there was no secret articles of agreement in 1904 and at no other secret date. He denied emphatically that France and England had any secret engagements whatsoever. As late as 1913, Lord Hugh Cecil charged in the House of Commons that there was a general belief of a secret treaties existing between France and England. But Mr. Asquith, the former Prime Minister, said that this was not true. His direct words were these, quotations, "If war arises between European powers, there are no unpublished agreements which will restrict or hamper the freedom of the government or parliament to decide whether or not Great Britain should participate in a war," unquote the Prime Minister. On August 3rd, 1914, the very day war broke out, Sir Edward Grey denied that there was a secret treaty or any treaty existing between England and France. But then behold what happened 3 days later. In the House of Lords, Lord Lansdowne admitted that there were treaties not signed. That was the first admission which came like a lightning flash upon the disillusioned British people. Then followed a veritable rain of admissions, of disclosures. The diplomatic lie was out of the bag, And on August 8, 1918, Lloyd George stated in the House of Commons, quotations, "We had a compact with France that if she were wantonly attacked, the United Kingdom would go to her support." And the former Premier, Mr. Bonar Law, also stated in that same year that secret treaties had existed between England and France. And on February 8, 1922, Mr. Austin Chamberlain made the same admission. I cite these things, my friends, to show you that secret diplomatic relations to bind one country to another do exist, and that officials of government are in the habit of denying their existence. Therefore, in the Neutrality Act, which expires on May the 1st, there should be incorporated a clause to the effect that no secret treaty or obligation or promise made by the President, by the Secretary of State, by the military staff, or by any other official, save Congress, has binding power, because such secret obligations unconstitutionally force Congress to a commitment which Congress oftentimes is not free to disregard. Senator Gerald Nye said on the Senate floor on March the 3rd, quotation, "The key to our present situation, in my humble opinion, is the Stabilization Fund, which for over 5 years has linked our Treasury Department with those of Great Britain and France. From that financial link, there has grown up a relationship as secret, as implied, as confidential, as to require no more treaties to sanction it than England and France had in 1911, 12, and 13, when the statesmen of England denied before Parliament and the Cabinet that any alliances existed. Out of these secret understandings, under which the French franc is supported on the very eve of Hitler's negotiations with Mussolini," continues Senator Nye, "the so-called democracies of England and France are wedded to our American Treasury to the point where the Treasury supersedes the Secretary of State in the diplomatic negotiations as among sovereign powers. My friends, if the Neutrality Act wishes to build up a barricade which will prevent our entrance into a foreign war, it should take into consideration this infamous Stabilization Fund, which without benefit of publicized treaty, without benefit of open treaties openly arrived at, has linked our destinies to the empires of Great Britain and France, and thereby has committed us, indirectly at least, to a possible foreign entanglement. By all means, let us have a Neutrality Act which not only takes into consideration the last step of declaring war, but which will take into consideration the first steps which lead to war, namely propaganda emanating from foreigners, secret diplomatic commitments originating from ambassadors and executives of government who are not congressmen, financial policies such as the Stabilization Fund, and their secret negotiation with foreign powers for selling arms and munitions to those nations engaged in war. From available sources, we now know how our nation was conditioned to enter the last World War. We who boast of the freedom of the American press should take preventative measures in our Neutrality Act, lest this freedom of the press be so abused that it degenerates into a gullible press. On this point, and in reference to the Neutrality Act, let me remark that previous to 1918, Lord Northcliffe, one of the most powerful publishers in Great Britain, established a mission in New York. This propaganda mission was successful in establishing a supply of favorable reports to the American newspapers. It was a mission, according to Mr. Frank Anstey, a member of the Australian Press Commission on the Western Front, that had 4,500 agents in the United States, 4,500 newspaper men, publicists, warmongers, running up and down and across America and finding expression for their propaganda in the columns of our daily papers to work upon the gullibility of our American editors and through them upon the passions of our American public. How far can the Neutrality Act encompass this situation so as to prevent its recurrence in days to come? Propaganda in America, which leads us to war, should find some clause in the Neutrality Act and should be punished as a felony. More than 20 years ago, Great Britain and France won the war, not so much by bullets and machine guns as it did by the silver-tongued words and chastely written paragraphs of its generals in the fields of literature, journalism, and publicity. So important was this department for England that Colonel Hammersley, a member of the British Parliament, said on the floor November 7, 1918, quotations, "To my mind, an end is put to the Ministry of Information, and if activities are withdrawn from America, it will not be short of a calamity to this country," unquote the British Member of Parliament. This gentleman spoke the truth. He admitted the true press agent activities in America, activities that drained us of our wealth and of the flower of our youth, activities which helped us spread the lie that we were fighting a war to make the world safe for democracy. The Allies would not have won. Imperialism would not have conquered. International financialism would not have been sustained except through the agency of propagandists who worked in America. My friends, we are keenly interested in the preservation of peace and in the attaining of prosperity. Therefore, I call upon you to tell you that this is the opportune time for action. Action before May the 1st, 1939. By that date, a new Neutrality Act will have been written. Perhaps it will be written to give the President full power to declare war. Perhaps it will be written to give us the benedictions of new propagandists in our nation. Perhaps it will only be a Neutrality Act in name. Perhaps it will be the first chapter of our entrance into the last chapter of our existence. From this day forward, then, I ask you to interest yourselves in suggesting to your congressman your personal thoughts on this subject. Let us encourage these congressmen to pass a Neutrality Act that will stifle propaganda. A Neutrality Act that will prevent executives outside Congress making commitments, financial or otherwise, to any foreign power. We want a Neutrality Act because we want peace. We want a Neutrality Act that will prevent America from engaging in the blood business. We want a Neutrality Act which will keep America from financing directly or indirectly any belligerent nation that engages either in a declared or undeclared war. We want a Neutrality Act which will limit the use of our soldiers and sailors, our munitions and arms and money to the defense of America inside American territory and inside American waters. It's not our business to become the policemen of the world. We have plenty at home with which to engage our attention. At the same time, my friends, encourage our congressmen to discontinue the issuance of tax-exempt, interest-bearing, non-negotiable bonds, which experience has proven have not been efficacious in solving the problems of unemployment, of decent wages, and of depression. Encourage your congressmen to alleviate the tax burden, to protect industry and agriculture, which are the sources of our wealth, and also to protect the investments which millions of our people have made in insurance corporations. This financial reform is directly related to the passage of a genuine Neutrality Act. If we have no financial reform, rest assured we'll go into the blood business to protect the tax-exempt, non-negotiable, interest-bearing bonds, and thus permit the foreign nations to invest in our heavy industry. My friends, let us recognize that the most efficient means to accomplish all this is direct contact by every individual with his senator and his representative. These gentlemen are willing and anxious to abide by the judgment of their constituents. And in conclusion, I want you to know that in the past 5 years, our insurance corporations and financial institutions have invested $17 billion of money entrusted to them by the citizenry of this nation in the purchase of bonds and debt, and have loaned only $1 billion to industry. There's the record, a record which cannot endure. How long can we endure if we continue to invest the wealth of our nation in debt? How long must Congress sustain a financial system which has now reached the point where it forces our insurance corporations to continue investing in these bonds, lest the bonds which they now hold will depreciate and chaos will eventuate? I speak these things to you, not in the spirit of bitterness, but in the spirit of hope. A hope that you will bestir yourselves in your churches, your clubs, your societies, and your homes to strike a blow for Christian American peace abroad and Christian American prosperity at home. My friends, 3 weeks ago today, I made an appeal to the members of this audience for volunteers. I asked for 5,000 responsible persons to undertake to distribute social justice magazines in their own neighborhoods and communities. I am proud to report that 2,500 such persons have manifested their interest in this project. Social Justice magazine carries no advertising, although a plenitude of it is available. But lest it should be suspected that this publication, which is printed at one of the largest union shops in the world, is controlled by the advertising dollar, we gladly forego all such revenue. Social justice is designed to propagate social justice for all. Therefore, this afternoon, I ask all those who are interested, both in the Neutrality Act and also in our financial and economic and social problems, to become interested in distributing social justice magazines, each in his own community, or else directly subscribe here for 1 year at $3. I do not wish to appear to be commercial, but both this program as well as Social Justice magazine are yours. They are not mine. They are yours, and I'm your spokesman, telling you the truth as I see it and as I know it. May I now take this opportunity to inform you that a copy of this afternoon's address will be given to you gratis if you write to me this week. Good afternoon, and God bless you.
Only by vitally interesting yourselves in your congressman will you succeed in having written a neutrality bill which will guarantee our future peace. Ponder upon Father Coughlin's advice today. Organize among your friends, in your clubs and societies, to appeal to Congress to pass a neutrality bill that will be a neutrality bill. Once more, may I remind you that a copy of this afternoon's address is yours for the asking. Address your letter to Reverend Charles E. Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Your announcer is Franklin Mitchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. Your dial is set at 1250 kilocycles.
WHBI, Hoyt Brothers Incorporated, Newark, New Jersey.
What's the matter? What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Webs of Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Black Widow Spiders.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter solved the mystery of the Black Widow murders and saved the webs from getting into the hands of the enemy. But before we do, consider this. Millions of Americans have learned how easily Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to the home. Now, millions more are learning that floors, woodwork, and furniture can be made to look like new with the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Self-Polishing Wax beautifies floors with a satiny yet tough anti-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface, protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the three great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we begin today's story, we find Nick and Patsy in Nick's car returning to town.
Oh, gosh, Nick, I'm glad you were able to prevent that poor old lady's home from being taken away from her.
So am I, Patsy. That was a jet game if ever I saw one.
And how?
The old lady was to the right, but I had to find the proof for her. Otherwise, she'd have been turned out in the streets with nowhere to go.
You going right back to the office?
No, not directly. I have to stop off and do an errand for Riley first.
Do an errand for Riley? Since when have you started that?
I haven't started anything, Patsy. Riley called me this morning just before you got to the office and asked me if I do this job as a special favor to him.
What do you have to do?
Well, it seems that there's a woman on Cherry Street who makes a business of supplying spider webs to the Army and Navy.
Oh?
They use them for crosshairs for engineering instruments and sighting devices for gun sites, bomb sites, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a small business, but it's pretty valuable and mighty important, too.
Well, where do you come in?
Well, this woman called Riley early this morning and said that someone had tried to break into her place last night. She has a large shipment just ready to go out, and she's afraid that someone may try to keep her from delivering it.
I see.
So Riley asked me if I'd stop in on my way back and pick it up. Said he had no good man he could send for it now because of some special work the police are doing just now.
And good-natured old Nick said he would. Where do you have to take it?
To one of the naval buildings downtown. Besides being worth about $10,000, the web's very important to the service. Also, I thought you might like to see how they collect this web from the spiders. You want to come with me?
Well, I've got a dental appointment in about an hour, Nick, but I'll stop off and have a look at this spider conservatory. How long are you going to be there?
Only long enough to pick up the stuff, I expect. Unless there's some delay, you ought to get back to town. Plenty of time for your appointment with a tooth specialist.
Yes?
I'm Nick Carter. I've come to pick up the web that you want delivered to town.
Who told you to come here?
Lieutenant Riley said you wanted police protection.
That's right, I do. Would you mind identifying yourself, please?
Not at all. Would this prove my identity sufficiently?
Oh, of course. Come in, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Miss...
Lewis, Kay Lewis. I own this business.
This is Miss Bowen, my assistant.
How do you do? How do you do? The web will be ready in just a few minutes. I have one more spider to take care of. This is a new one on me, Miss Lewis. I've seen plenty of spider webs, but I never thought of saving any of them. Well, that's a very different thing, Miss Bowen. You can't just save any old web you might find around the house. You have to go at it the right way and have the right kind of spiders.
What kind do you use? Black Widow, aren't they?
Yes. Their web is very strong and very uniform.
Black widows?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't they deadly poisonous?
Well, there's really no danger if I get bitten. A solution of Epsom salts injected into the bloodstream will counteract the poison.
It's nice to know, but I hope I never have to use it.
So do I.
Oh, look at all the jars, Nick. Is there a spider in each jar?
Not quite. We have 160 here just now. I checked up last night. My assistant, Jim Baldwin, is out in the field collecting more today.
How do you get the web, Miss Lewis?
Well, watch me. I let the spider out of the jar, and almost at once it starts to spin a web. I take the end of the web, so, and fasten it to this small wire frame. There. Then I just wind up the frame, and the web winds up as fast as the spider produces it.
I understand you had an attempted burglary here last night, Miss Lewis.
Yes, someone tried to break in the back door. We found chisel marks all around it this morning, but they were unsuccessful, or else they got scared away.
Any idea who might want to steal your stuff?
No, but I didn't want to take any chances with such an unusually large shipment as this, so I asked for police protection.
And I don't blame you. You say there are 160 spiders here?
Yes, all widows.
Okay, I'm back.
In here, Jim. That's my assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Well, not much luck this time, Kay.
Oh?
I only got 11 more black widows. The woods are too dry just now.
Oh, Jim, this is Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Carter is taking the shipment of web to the naval building for me to be sure it gets there.
Oh, I see. You know, I can't understand why anyone would want to steal the webs. We're the only collectors in this part of the country, and no one else could sell them without attracting attention.
Well, I know it sounds foolish,
Well,
but
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just thinking out loud, that's all.
Oh, Miss Lewis, how much longer before the web will be ready?
Oh, not long. As soon as I finish this one web, I'll pack them in those cases, and they'll be ready to go. Not over half hour at the most.
Now, I think I better get along, Nick. I can take the subway. I don't want to be late for my appointment with the dentist.
Okay, Patsy. I'll see you in the office about noon.
All right. Thanks for the demonstration, Miss Lewis.
You're very welcome.
So long.
Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter, but you can't hurry these spiders.
That's quite all right. I don't have to hurry.
Oh, Jim, get that, will you please?
Sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, those cases you pack the web in look like boxes of fishing tackle, don't they?
Yes, you can pack a lot of webs into a pretty small space.
It's for you, Kay. Pete Morrow.
Pete? Oh, thank you. I'll only be a moment. Excuse me, please.
Pete Morrow. Isn't he that small-time gangster who runs a garage?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sells black market tires and gasoline?
That's him.
What's her connection with him?
Nothing, I guess. They've been out together a few times. Well, it's time to feed the spiders. Each one gets a fresh killed fly once a day. What's this? Now, watch her go after it. See that?
Yes. Well, don't think I'd care to be one. Oh. What hit me? Oh, my head. Feels as if 1,000 hammers were... A Baldwin, too. Had you, too, huh? I wonder... Where the web? They're gone, both cases. Great grief. Miss Lewis. Miss Lewis, are you... I'm dead. Shot right through the head. And wait. That's my gun there on the floor. Why, she was shot with my gun. Hey, Baldwin. Baldwin. Baldwin, wake up, wake up.
What happened?
Baldwin, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Kay Lewis has been murdered.
Kay? Murdered?
Yes, shot through the head. And the web is gone, all of it.
The web gone?
Yes. Did you see the guy who slugged us?
Well, no. I looked around as you went down. I saw someone behind me, and then I got it, and got it good.
Oh, come on. Snap out of it, will you? Get on the phone and call the police.
Police?
Of course. Get in the office and call them now.
Yeah, all right. I'll call them.
I'll have a look around, see if I can find anything to tell us who's behind this. Whoever it was used my gun, wiped all the fingerprints off. It's clean as a whistle now. Hello. What's this? Wasn't here before. That I'm sure of. A ticket for a parked car. Morrow's garage. Pete Morrow. That's what he phoned here just before we got...
They're coming right out.
Look here, Baldwin. Are you sure that was Pete Morrow on the phone a few minutes ago?
Well, sure it was. I know his voice. Why?
I just found this on the floor here. A parking ticket for Morrow's garage.
Well, probably just a coincidence. Somebody who had parked at Morrow's place did this.
You're wrong there. This is the other end of the ticket. The end held by the garage.
Yeah, so it is. So what? I know that was Morrow on the phone. Besides, he was still talking to Kay when we were slugged.
Yes, you're right there. Miss Lewis was still talking last I knew. I wonder. This ticket wasn't here before the killing. And it's here now. And in lieu of a better clue, I think I'll take a run over to Morrow's place and see what I can get out of him.
I wish you luck, Carter.
Hey, by the way, how long have you been in business here?
About a year.
Who started the business?
Kay did.
How'd you get into it?
Well, she knew I was a zoologist, so she asked me where she could get some black widow spiders. The idea interested me, and I finally gave up what I was doing and came over here. I collected the spiders, and she collected the webs. We've been very successful.
Know anything about her past?
No, nothing. Never thought much about it before. But why all these questions, Carter?
Just want to learn what I can before I talk tomorrow.
Sorry. I don't know anything more than I've told you.
All right, Baldwin. You wait here for the police. I'll have a talk with our friend Pete Morrow. Pete Morrow around?
Yeah, he's in the office.
Anybody with him?
No, you can go in if you want to.
Thanks, I will.
Come in.
Pete Morrow?
Yeah, that's me. What do you want with me?
I want to talk with you.
Okay, you got the floor.
I suppose you keep your hands on top of your desk while we talk.
What the...
Just sit still. Keep your hands in sight.
Hey, who are you anyway? What do you want with me?
I'm Nick Carter. As I said, I want to talk to you.
Okay, so you're Nick Carter. So what?
I just want to ask you if you know anything about this bump on the back of my head.
Bump on the... I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe you don't, maybe you do. You know Kay Lewis?
Yeah, sure, I know her. Good-looking dame.
Been out with her?
Yeah, what's it to you?
Know what business she was in?
Sure, I knew about them spiders.
And you also knew the webs were worth a lot of money, didn't you?
Hey, what are you getting at? You trying to pin something on
Sit
me?
down.
Hey.
Did you telephone Kay Lewis about an hour ago?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. I had to talk to her.
What about?
Why,
You're lying, Morrow. Now stay right where you are. I want to have a little look around this office of yours.
I don't know what you're trying to do, copper. But I'm telling you, I don't...
What are those boxes under your desk, Morrow?
Boxes?
Yes, boxes. What are they?
They're tools. Mechanics' tools.
Yes? Well, suppose you shove those tools out from under your desk and let me have a look at them.
Well, there ain't nothing there, but...
Ooh, don't try reaching for your gun again. Next time, I'll aim lower. Now shove those boxes out here. With your feet.
I don't see why you're so interested in them boxes. They just...
You know well enough why. There's enough spider web in those cases to send you to the chair.
To the chair?
You shouldn't have killed Kay Lewis, Morrow.
I didn't kill her. I took the web, sure, but I didn't do anything to her.
You admit you stole the web?
Sure, I got the web. It wasn't my fault. That was...
Well, who's doing the shooting this time? Was it Nick or was it someone trying to kill Nick? Did Pete Morrow kill Kay Lewis or was it someone else? We'll see in just a moment. I know every man notices that beautiful floors add to the appearance of a room. And every woman knows that well-kept floors reflect the pride she takes in her home. Now, with Linex self-polishing wax, you can give your floors a more beautiful finish than ever, without tiresome rubbing or polishing. For Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on, drying to a handsome, satiny finish that really wears, because Linex self-polishing wax contains genuine carnauba wax. When worn spots do appear, you simply renew the finish where it's needed without re-waxing the whole floor. And Linex self-polishing wax is easy to keep lovely, for surface dirt is quickly whisked away with a damp cloth. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax is the anti-slip floor finish, as the underwriters' laboratories have proved. And it's equally fine for tile, wood, or linoleum. Ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Nick had just made Pete Morrow, small-time gangster, admit that he had stolen the missing spider webs when two shots were fired in rapid succession. It's a few minutes later.
You must bear a charmed life, Nick, if neither of the two shots hit you.
Only the second one was aimed at me, Patsy. The first one went right through Pete's forehead. I dropped behind the desk, and the other one went over my head.
Do you have any idea who killed him?
Not yet. Tried to get him, but he got away.
Why would anyone want to kill Pete?
To keep him from talking too much, probably. Pete had just admitted he stole the webs and was about to tell me something else when he was shot. I imagine the killer himself was listening, and when Pete started confessing, shot him to keep him quiet.
Did you get the webs back, Nick?
Yes, both cases. They're in my car now. I'm going to take them back to the spider place. Riley should be there by now.
You walked into something when you agreed to deliver those cases, didn't you?
Apparently I did. But here's why I called you, Patsy. I want you to look into our files. Get together all the information you can find on Kay Lewis and her business. Call me at the spider place as soon as you get it. There's something very peculiar going on around here someplace.
I never saw the beat of it, Nick. The way you're always around when somebody gets killed. And I suppose you know nothing about it the same as usual.
Oh, I wouldn't say I know nothing about it, Riley, but I certainly don't have the solution all ready to hand over to you.
No.
Have you made any of your usual startling discoveries yet?
None of your wisecracks, Carter. I'm doing all right.
Ah, fine. And what have you found so far?
Well, we got the bullet that killed this Lewis woman, and it came from a .45. That bullet's going to identify the killer for us.
I doubt that, Riley.
And why do you doubt it?
Because I'm pretty sure the bullet was fired from my gun.
From your gun? You mean you shot her?
I mean nothing of the kind. After I was knocked out, someone stole my gun, shot Miss Lewis, and left the gun on the floor beside her.
Doggone it, that's the only real clue we had.
Well, there are other clues, Riley. Although I doubt that you would get much out of them.
Why, you...
For example, I know that Pete Morrow, small-time gangster and black market operator, stole the spider webs that are missing.
Pete Morrow, is it? Hey, Sergeant! Send a couple of the boys out to pick up Pete Morrow.
That won't do any good, Riley.
Why not? Pete ought to be able to give us some dope on this.
Pete is not going to tell anybody anything anymore.
Huh?
Someone put a slug through his head while I was talking to him.
Another killing? We ain't even solved this one yet.
When you solve this one, Riley, if you do solve it, you'll have the answer to both of them. I believe the same person killed both Kay Lewis and Pete Morrow.
Did you learn anything from Pete before he was killed?
Only that he stole the webs and that someone else was back of it.
Where are the webs now?
Outside my car.
That ain't safe, Nick. Maybe the killer will be back to get them.
They'll be safe enough. I left them in charge of one of your men out there.
Oh.
Hey, where's Jim?
Who's Jim?
Kay Lewis's assistant, Jim Baldwin.
Oh, him, sure. He was here a while ago, but he said he was feeling pretty sick after finding Miss Lewis shot the way she was. So I let him go over to the drugstore for something to make him feel better.
How long has he been gone?
Oh, only a few minutes now. Let me see here. Well, good gosh, it's longer than I thought. He's been gone about 3/4 of an hour. Sure, he ought to have been back here before this.
Huh. That's very interesting.
Come on.
What's going on out there?
Well, this thick-headed cop of yours has been
One
trying...
at a time.
Yes,
One
no business.
at a time. Oh, Scotty, what's the trouble here?
Well, Mr. Carter asked me to keep an eye on his car, so no one would bother him.
Huh?
When I just took a look at it, I found this fella fooling around. So I brought him in.
That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was Carter's car.
What were you doing with it?
I wasn't doing anything with it. I was on my way back from the drugstore, and as I passed the car, I just happened to glance inside. I thought I recognized the cases we used to pack the spider webs in. And I was just having a look at them to make sure when this dumb cop came up and grabbed me.
Dumb cop, did you say? Why, for...
No,
Now, that's all, Scotty. Go back and watch the car like you was told to.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Hey, Jim. Have you been at the drugstore ever since Lieutenant Riley let you go?
Well, sure I have. What else would I be doing?
It's exactly what I'd like to know.
Are you insinuating that
I'm insinuating nothing. By the way, you said someone tried to break in here last night.
That's right.
Which door was it? That one there?
Yes. You can see the chisel marks all over the outside where they tried to break the lock.
That's just what I do want to see. Be right back, Riley.
Take your time. Take your time. I got nothing else to do but watch you play around here.
Shall I answer, Lieutenant?
Why shouldn't you answer?
Well, I didn't know now that you're in charge
Go
here.
on and answer.
Sure. Hello? Sure. Wait a minute. Carter, telephone for you.
Okay, thanks. Probably in my office.
Now, look here, Baldwin. You said you got back here with them spiders you'd caught just before the killing this morning, didn't you?
That's right. The weather was bad for spiders, and I hadn't had much luck. I only got 11 spiders for 12 hours' work. Well, sometimes I got as many as 35 and maybe 40 in the same length of time.
Oh.
But this time, all I could find was 11. Hardly worth the trouble.
Did I hear you say you got 11 spiders, Jim?
Yes. You saw them when I brought them in this morning.
So I did. How's your arithmetic?
Arithmetic? I don't get you.
How much is 160 and 11 added together?
Are you being funny, Carter?
Definitely not. Add 160 and 11 and see what you get.
Any fool could answer that, Nick. I know the answer myself. You get 171.
That's what I make it, too, Riley.
What's this all about, Nick?
Let's count the spiders here in this room and see how many there are.
What do you want to do that for, Nick?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. Now, what do you say?
You and your curiosity. All right. Let's count the things and get it done so we can get to something important.
This is important, Riley. You take that side. I'll take this.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4... Hey,
don't move! I'll shoot if you do. Keep your hands up high.
He broke the jars, and some of them spiders is loose, and they're poisoned.
Just step on it, Riley. They can't bite you unless you get on them.
If the spiders don't get you, gentlemen, I will. With my little 45.
Nick, one of them is on me. He's going to bite me.
Knock it off, Riley. You're not dead yet.
Not yet, but soon. I missed you in Pete's office this morning, Carter, because I was in a hurry. But I won't miss you this time.
You mean you killed Pete Morrow?
I did, just as I'm going to kill you.
I don't think you are, Jim.
And why not?
Look behind you and you'll see.
You can't fool me that way, Carter. I'm no chump.
Oh, good shot, Nick. I'll take care of him now.
Hey! I've been bitten. One of the spiders got me.
Oh, my fine friend, try and get out of these.
Oh.
Good work, Riley.
Quick! Get some of the Epsom salts before I die. They're in the first aid cabinet there.
You killed Kay Lewis, didn't you?
Yes. Get the salts quick.
And you killed Pete Morrow, too, didn't you?
Yes, do something. I'm dying.
Pete stole the web as part of your deal, didn't he?
For the love of heaven, will you hurry up?
Didn't he?
Yes. I planned it, but he just helped me. Will you do something before I die? Oh,
Yes, I'll give you the Epsom salts now.
Hurry.
I want to save you for the electric chair.
Well, Nick, you've had quite a day.
Yes, Patsy, quite a day.
And now that everything's quiet and peaceful, suppose you give out with the missing details. Did you know Jim Baldwin was behind us when you started out?
No, not at first, Patsy. There didn't seem to be any motive for him to do it. But as soon as you told me that our files show Kay Lewis's partner and not her employee, I got suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Well, go on. Tell me all about it.
All right, slave driver. Jim Baldwin knew there was a big shipment of webs going out this morning, and he wanted it for himself. So he planned everything to look as if he couldn't possibly be mixed up in it.
Uh-huh.
So he told Miss Lewis he was going out after a new batch of spiders. But instead, he came back after dark and chiseled around the lock on the door to make it look as if someone had tried to get in.
Oh.
As soon as I examined the door, I knew it was a phony attempt. Then he arranged with someone to call Miss Lewis at a certain time this morning, just as he got back in with his 11 spiders. He answered the phone himself and told us it was Pete Morrow. Said he recognized his voice. That gave Morrow an alibi as well as himself. Then he knocked me out, and Morrow, as they'd arranged, came in and took the webs. Jim says he never planned to kill Miss Lewis, and I think that's true. When he found me there, he was afraid, as he hadn't expected any witnesses, so probably thought it would look more legitimate if she were killed. So he took my gun and shot her, then tapped himself on the head hard enough to raise a good bump just to fool me.
Then if you hadn't found the parking ticket from Morrow's garage, you wouldn't have had any reason to suspect Morrow, would you?
No, that was a lucky break. For me, not for Morrow.
But how did Jim get away to kill Morrow? He stayed at the Spider Lab, didn't he?
Well, after Riley got there, he talked Riley into letting him go to the drugstore for some medicine. But instead drove to Morrow's place and got there in time to overhear our conversation. Then, being afraid Morrow was going to confess that he, Jim, was behind the deal, shot him.
And on his way back, he saw the webs in your car and tried to steal them again.
Right.
But, Nick, if Jim didn't go out gathering spiders, as he said he was going to do, where'd he get those 11 spiders he brought back with him?
Took them out of the stock at the lab when he was there last night trying to make the lock look as if someone had tried to break in.
Oh, then that was why you wanted to count the spiders.
Exactly, Patsy.
Oh, I get it.
Miss Lewis told us in the morning that she had 160 spiders on hand, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Jim had brought in 11 more, that would have made 171 in all.
Right.
So I wanted to count them to see how many there actually were. And when I started to do that, Jim knew the game was up because he knew we'd find only 160, which had been there before. So he tried to get rid of us by breaking several of the jars in order to let some of the black widows out, hoping they'd bite us.
But one bit him instead.
Yes. I saw one heading for him, so I kept talking, hoping he wouldn't notice it. Then, when it did bite him, I shot his gun out of his hand.
It's an old story, isn't it? As has happened many times before. A widow caused his downfall. Poor man.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But right now, here's a helpful hint. When there are children in your home, it's a real job to keep your furniture looking its best. Small hands leave fingerprints, small shoes leave scratches, and the youngsters demand so much of your time. So it's really wise to depend on the quick, easy shortcut to furniture beauty, Linex Cream Polish. Linex Cream Polish renews the gleaming beauty of your fine furniture, and it's so simple to use, for it cleans as it polishes, saving you half the time and energy. Yes, in one quick application, Linex Cream Polish does away with the cloudy look of dust and old polish, erases finger marks, helps conceal scratches. And Linex Cream Polish dries hard, so there's no leftover oil for dust to cling to. Ask for Linex Cream Polish at your dealers now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners, Linex Cream Polish, Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Now, an urgent reminder. Your serviceman needs the Red Cross, needs the touch of home it provides for him wherever he may be. Help support the Red Cross overseas clubs and what they can do for that fighting man of yours. Contribute now toward the $200 million the Red Cross needs. And keep your Red Cross at his side. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nicholas, what's your story about next week?
Patsy and I went to the races one afternoon just before the season closed and saw one of the most exciting races I've ever witnessed. But as the winning jockey came down the home stretch, he suddenly fell from his horse and was instantly killed.
And Nick, being a detective, born and bred, instantly smelled a murder. Nothing to go on, just one of his hunches.
Was it murder, Nick?
Even in the absence of proof, Ken, I knew it was murder. The only job was to get something concrete in the way of evidence.
Which Nick, being Nick, proceeded to do, much to the annoyance of a great many people who all tried to do something about it.
What do you call this story of yours, Nick?
Death Goes to the Post.
Or the mystery of the murdered jockey.
And that's all for now. So long.
Details next week. So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. We'll be looking forward to seeing you next week as usual. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, master detective, entitled
Death Goes to the Post. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the murdered jockey.
Nick Carter, master detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linux home brighteners. Linux Clear Gloss Varnish, Linux Cream Polish, and Linux Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linux dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present at this time the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles E. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan.
Before Father Coughlin delivers his address entitled, Our Problem is in America, it is our pleasure to present the Shrine of the Little Flower Male Choristers. These 60 boys and men are recruited from the Shrine School and the neighborhood. Under the direction of Mr. Cyril Guthrill, they will sing for you the Sanctus from the Mass of Maria Auxilium Christianorum.
This afternoon, Father Coughlin will speak to you on a subject which touches upon European affairs and our relation to the present crisis. This address, according to our estimate, will evoke more controversy than those which he previously delivered. He takes a bold stand for Christianity and Americanism. The current events and historical background used in this address challenge the interest of all listeners. Please be informed that a copy of this address is yours for the asking. Write directly to Father Coughlin at Woodward and 12 Mile Road, Royal Oak, Michigan. Last Sunday, Father Coughlin spoke to you about a nationwide anti-war contest. He has entrusted me with the conduct of this great competition. Therefore, as contest manager, permit me for a few moments to give you the facts concerning this most worthy enterprise. $16,000 in cash prizes will be paid to 135 readers of Social Justice magazine between today and July 1st. These handsome awards, 135 of them, will go to winners in the Social Justice magazine anti-war essay contest. You can win as high as $1,500 in cash by writing a short essay on the attitude America should take on foreign war. This great nationwide educational competition is for every American or Canadian, regardless of race or creed, above the 4th school grade. In fact, there are 9 separate and distinct contests divided according to the age and educational qualifications of contestants. For school pupils, the division is made by grade from the 5th to the 12th inclusively. Each grade has its own topic upon which essays will be written. Each grade has its own separate list of cash prizes. A contestant in one grade will not in any way be in competition with pupils in higher or lower grades. And consider for a moment these substantial cash prizes. Pupils of the 5th, 6th, and 7th grades who send in the best essays on America's attitude towards foreign war will win grand prizes of $500. Grand prizes for the 8th, 9th, and 10th grades are $700, $800, and $900 respectively. And the grand prizes for the 11th and 12th grades are $900 and $1,000 respectively. The total of cash prizes to be awarded to school pupils is $12,250. And now for adults, those who are no longer school pupils. Grown-up men and women in the United States and Canada will compete for $3,750 in cash prizes in the All-American division of this great contest. The topic is, how best can America be kept out of war? An adult in the All-American division will in no way be in competition with school pupils. All essays submitted in the contest, which officially opens on April 3rd, will be judged by a select board of judges, of which Father Coughlin will act as chairman. Enter this great contest today. Write personally to Father Coughlin, Royal Oak, Michigan. Full instructions will be sent you immediately. Remember, you have as good a chance to win a substantial cash prize as any person in the United States or Canada. Parents, be sure to have your children enter the social justice anti-war contest at once. Besides affording them an opportunity to reap neat fortunes in cash, it will make them better Americans. Teachers of grade schools will kindly withhold entry of their pupils until they receive a letter from Father Coughlin with full instructions within the next few days. And here's something important. For the convenience of those of the radio audience who are not subscribers to Social Justice magazine, a trial subscription of 3 months will be given you if you enter the anti-war contest. This trial subscription is absolutely free to all persons who are not now subscribers and who enter the anti-war contest at once. Just write to Father Coughlin today. State in your letter that you wish to compete for the cash prizes in the anti-war essay contest. Please be sure to write Contest Department in the lower left-hand corner of your envelope. Immediately your letter is received, you will be placed on the subscription list for 3 months, free, and all instructions regarding the anti-war essay contest will be sent you. Remember, you can win $1,500 by June the 10th, the closing date of the contest. So, write to Father Coughlin today. And now, Father Coughlin, in his address, Our Problem is in America.
Good afternoon, my friends. Yesterday, New York was the scene of another parade. Many thousands of people, innocent people, duped by propaganda and leftist leadership, joined the procession to protest against Hitler's seizure of Czechoslovakia. The entire world sympathizes with the Czech people. Since the 15th century, until the signing of the Peace Treaty of Versailles, this nation was without an autonomous government. For 20 years, this synthetic republic, torn with internal dissension and besieged with external aggression, dissolved into thin air without a shot having been fired. Thus we mark the passing of another so-called democracy. Once again, therefore, the cry is raised in America to save democracy. However, it is raised mostly by those who are more interested in destroying Germany than they are in restoring Czechoslovakia. It is no wonder that a great sector of American opinion questions the motives of the men and women who were responsible for yesterday's parade. Inspect the records, and you will find that these professional sympathizers are not so much concerned with democracy as they are with other hidden objectives. They are the same group that was silent when Christians were persecuted unto death in Mexico in the name of democracy. They are the same group that for 6 years has been busy boycotting more than 60 million Christians, Catholic and Protestant, resident in the Third Reich in the name of democracy. They are the same group that openly supported the loyalist communists in Spain, interesting themselves to the extent of organizing men, money, and propaganda in America to help murder priests, nuns, and civilians in the name of democracy. They are the same group that applauded the recognition of the blood-drenched flag of Soviet Russia and failed to protest the murder of more than 20 million Christians in the name of democracy. They are the same group that aided and abetted the growth of radicalism in America, both in the ranks of government and labor, in the name of democracy. For these persons, the dissolution of Czechoslovakia is but a convenient occasion to further the cause of tyranny and aggression in the name of democracy. An occasion to sound the drums of international war with the hope of stimulating the wicked passion of hate in the breasts of innocent citizens in the name of democracy. I am of the opinion that there are a sufficient number of Americans ready to challenge them because we suspect the subversive motives which they hide under the sanctimonious veil of their sympathy. How many in this audience are aware that artificial synthetic republic of Czechoslovakia was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania? Although its originators understood that Slovakian water and Czech oil were never intended to mix, although this young republic was doomed to dissolution from the outset because it was established under the false principle of racial conflict within the precincts of a nation, its creators cared not so long as it served their purpose. Again, I repeat, our sympathies are extended both to the Czechs and to the Slovaks whom miscreants throughout the ages have used as pawns upon the chessboard of politics. Nevertheless, granted that the Slovaks did not invite Hitler to assimilate their territory, granted that this 20th century Napoleon rode roughshod over every liberty of the Czechs, granted that all his territorial acquisitions and economic conquests of the past 2 weeks not only shocked the world, but created a threat to the so-called democracies of Europe, France and Russia, and to the well-advertised democracy of Great Britain, this does not offer a valid reason why we Americans should entangle ourselves in foreign affairs which inevitably lead to war. Once again, may I inform you that Great Britain is not a democracy in any sense of the word. It is an empire of 486 million persons who are ruled, regulated, and in some instances exploited by the members of the British Parliament, elected to office by no more than 45 million residents of England and Scotland. Nor is France a democracy. It too is an empire boasting of more than 100 million population resident outside Europe. A population that was subjugated by cannon, bayonet, and intrigue. Nor is Russia a democracy. Its 1 million persons are dominated by a party of communists numbering less than 2 million. A political party which has outlawed Christianity and religion. A political party which has all but crushed the last vestige of liberty from the bodies and souls of the Russians whom they victimized with their atheism. If the conscience of Americans is offended because the principles of real democracy, of self-determination, of home rule have been crushed to earth by the iron heel of the German stormtroopers, let our indignation be impartial and therefore virtuous. Let us lament over the plight of the British, French, and Russian victims of conquest, who, since the Battle of Plassey in 1757 to the massacre of Moscow in 1923, have been appealing for liberty and justice and sympathy to the deafened ears of civilization. If the imperial conquest by Great Britain and France and the diabolical persecution by Soviet Russia are the outstanding examples of European democracy, then it is my opinion that the sooner that type of hypocrisy perishes from the face of the earth, the better for all mankind. Only the unlettered or dishonest American identifies our theories of democracy with the political and economic slavery upon which these types in Europe have been constructed. Instead of walking ourselves to a point of frenzy in behalf of the European democracies, we should express our anxiety because uninformed thousands of Americans are prone to follow a warmongering leadership in New York and elsewhere. Have the European nations treated Americans justly? For the past 20 years, they've been molding cannons, building battleships, constructing marginal lines, and spending billions upon billions of dollars in preparation for the forthcoming war that was hatched at the unjust Treaty of Versailles. Have these nations repaid us the debts which they owe? Millions upon millions of dollars were loaned by the United States of America for Germany's rehabilitation following the World War, these obligations were repudiated. Billions upon billions of dollars were loaned to England and France before our entrance into the World War, during our participation in it, and again after the Peace Treaty of Versailles. Were these obligations honored? Since 1918, more than $91 million was loaned to the Republic of Czechoslovakia. More than 20 years have elapsed, and not one penny even of the interest on that loan has been repaid. A loan which now amounts to $193,576,596. In all, more than $30 billion have been poured into Europe by you, the American taxpayers. And all we have received in return is the gift of communist radicals, imported propagandists, and expatriated refugees. These debts are being borne by you, the taxpayers of America. These repudiated loans are partly the cause why economic chaos has supplanted economic democracy in this nation, why a tyranny of finance has Hitlerized your homes, your farms, your factories, your insurance corporations, why you have been forced to goose-step, either in the standing army of unemployment or in the reserve forces of bankruptcy. Whether you know it or not, you Americans, through the voice of your government, have been taught to hail the international bankers. All that is left of us, of democracy, is its political aspect. Will you suffer the propagandists, the warmongers, to use Czechoslovakia as a springboard to hurl you into a European cauldron of war and thereby sacrifice all that remains of our liberties, including our political democracy? Already we have sacrificed enough to no avail. 20 years ago we failed to make the world safe for democracy. 20 years ago we were partially instrumental in producing the chaos and worldwide depression which have encompassed us. From a financial consideration, it has been estimated that over and above the repudiated debts of Europe, the World War cost you, the taxpayers of this nation, $51 billion in actual money spent for destruction, and approximately $250 billion represented in a loss of production in our fields and factories. $250 billion worth of wealth which we did not create, worth of wages which were not paid as a result of the worldwide depression. Oh, if the dead could but return, the dead whose bodies were mangled by shrapnel and bayonet, there would be 10 million voices raised at this moment on every frontier in Europe and on the island shores of England to plead with their people to abandon the policies of futile slaughter. Ask the impoverished Frenchman or the tax-burdened Englishman what benefit the World War produced. He will tell you that wars settle nothing, that they produce nothing but misery and devastation, and he'll count for you not only the 10 million lives that were lost, but the 20 million who were maimed and injured, the 13 million reported as missing, the 10 million refugees who were despoiled of their property and citizenship, the 7 million orphan boys and girls who were scattered, wandering over the face of the earth, and the 6 million babies who were born nameless and destitute, all the products of the world war, all in the name of democracy. Do you appreciate what these numbers mean? Pause to picturize them. If for yesterday's parade in New York City, we could substitute the parade of the 10 million dead soldiers marching from sunrise to sunset 5 abreast, they would require 92 days to pass a given point, and they would raise their voice in loud acclaim to inform the world that wars are the great destroyers, and catchwords like democracy are the great betrayers. Already you taxpayers of America are overburdened with debt. Do you recognize that more than 60 cents of every tax dollar you contribute to government is used to defray the expenses of the last war and to prepare for the next? Do you recognize that the cost of our entrance into another world war will mean the abolition of private industry and of representative government? I ask you, has war become our chief industry? Has slaughter become our chief concern? Will the propaganda which once seduced us to leave our own in order to make the world safe for democracy, will this same propaganda succeed again? Answer these questions to the satisfaction of your conscience, and then ask yourselves, shall we take the first steps which lead to the final step of destruction? Shall we be patient with the internationalists, the disturbers, and the professional agitators who are more interested in Czechoslovakia and in Europe than they are in the reconstruction of America? Every Christian American has a heart that is easily attuned to the chords of sympathy. It is natural for us to respond to the victims of persecution wherever they may be. But why not permit charity and sympathy to begin at home? Why close our eyes and hearts to the 22 million worse than refugees sentenced to live upon dole rations in our midst? Why shut our ears to the pleas of 12 million jobless working men whom our undemocratic financial system practically has despoiled of their right to life, liberty, and happiness? Why permit the internationalists and warmongers who are more concerned with the minorities of Europe to distract our attention from our own problems? Last week, the New York Daily News, the largest paper in circulation in America, said, there's a great deal of breast beating among the local Reds and their fellow travelers over the latest development. As we get it, the Red interpretation is that Chamberlain and Delage are to blame, and the Czechoslovakia's blow-up is felt to be another move in a British-French plot to stick Hitler and Russia. We can't get so excited about it and don't see why other Americans should. My friends, the Daily News is right. This is an affair for us to watch and not to mix in. It is right when it says that the agitators are either Reds or sympathizers with the Reds. If they were not Red sympathizers, long since they would have paraded against the persecution of 150 million or more Christians in Russia. Long since they would have demanded that if this government sees fit to place a 25% punitive tax on German imports, it would have put at least a 50% restrictive tax on Russian goods. If they were honest, those over the past 6 years have boasted in the public press that they were working to boycott Germany. If they were honest, they would have been interested during the past 20 years in boycotting Russia. These things have not been done. These things they will not do because they are using Czechoslovakia, democracy, Hitler, aggression, and all such catchwords to play upon the pipes of American sentiment in behalf of communist internationalism. Their propaganda grows apace, but meanwhile the Americans who believe in the policies of Christ, the Prince of Peace, are becoming more convinced that they are being victimized by Christ's enemies, who goeth about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour, roaring in the press, roaring on the radio, and roaring from the silver screen. He is the same father of lies today as he was yesterday. He pursues the identical policies of destruction under the mask of sympathy, charity, and humanitarianism, the same which he employed in the instance of the temptation of our first parents. And he offers to his victims the same fruit of deception, which, if they eat thereof, they will be cast from the Garden of Eden. Be not deceived. The enemies of the Prince of Peace are motivated by the single desire to devour our liberty, our morals, our homes, our farms, our industries, yes, and our immortal souls. Their breed has not changed one iota from their ancestors, whom Christ condemned. He characterized them as sons of the devil and predicted that the desires of your father you will do. My fellow citizens, we are either with Christ, the Prince of Peace, or we are against him. There's no middle ground. From a historical viewpoint, it is time that the nations of the world learn the lesson that no permanent peace can be brought about by protecting injustice and by perpetrating more of them through the instrumentality of such mockeries as the Peace Treaty of Versailles. If we are content to weigh history in the scale of facts instead of fancy, this statement will become clear. However, we will be disinclined to meddle in European affairs, which are partly the result of that iniquitous instrument of international law. It is admitted that America is much concerned over what has transpired in Europe recently. On every hand, there is raised the cry, "Stop Hitler!" But who considers the sanity and soundness of inquiring who started Hitler? An inquiry which will be labeled by the Reds and their sympathizers as pro-Nazi or pro-fascist. Well, discounting their childish, unreasonable charges, let's ask, who started Hitler? That's a fair question, and here's a fair answer. At the beginning of the World War, Great Britain, France, and Russia were allied. They were opposed by the Central Powers headed by Germany. For years previous to 1914, Russia had been accused of being the persecutor of certain minorities. Thus, seizing the occasion of the World War, international bankers, both in Germany and the United States, bought and paid for a revolution within Russia and forced her to sign a separate peace with Germany. And from that moment on, it appeared as if victory were on the side of the Kaiser. Within a year, the Russian Revolution evolved into ripe, red, rank communism. Eventually, America cast her lot with England and France. Meanwhile, there began the slaughter of Christians in the land of the Soviets. 20,400,000 of them gave up their lives under Lenin and Trotsky and their fellow assassins. From the outset, communism was international. It was not satisfied to operate within the confines of Russia. It sent its emissaries into Hungary under Bela Kun, known to historians as Cohen. It attempted to overthrow Poland by an unjust aggression. With a program of world revolution, atheism, and anti-Christianity as its fundamental principles, it established its agents in Italy, in France, in Mexico, in Spain, in every nation under the sun. Down with God! Down with Christianity was its war cry. Down with nationalism was its inspiration. Success attended its efforts in Mexico, where for all practical purposes, religion was outlawed, property was confiscated, and liberty was lost. Spain likewise became its victim. These things we Americans know, but we are not so well informed about Germany. Taking advantage of the depression which was consequent upon the World War, the disciples of Lenin and Trotsky numbered in Germany more than 5 million persons who are determined to capture this Christian land inhabited by more than 16 million Catholics and Protestants. The government of Germany struck back in the days of the Republic. Its blows were weak. Its technique was futile. As a result, communism kept growing alarmingly. At length, when democratic measures failed to stem the tide of this red flood, there appeared Adolf Hitler upon the scene, just as Il Duce Mussolini had appeared in Italy under similar circumstances. And finally, the red tide was stemmed. Communism was overcome, and Hitler rose to power. No one denies that there has been a persecution in Germany for these past 6 years. A persecution, however, which never resorted to the sword. But no one estimates that the persecution under Hitler of Catholic, Protestant, and Jew was as vile or vicious as the Lenin-Trotsky type. Who started Hitler? Ask those who in the first instance contributed to the Russian Revolution. Ask Lenin and Trotsky and the internationalists who spread their poison of hate, hatred for God and nationality, over the face of Europe and the world. Ask those who are responsible for murdering twice as many men, women, and children as were killed in the World War, because for the most part they were guilty of believing in God and worshiping Jesus Christ. Probably they can give you an inkling to the question, who started Hitler? Or again, ask the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles, and particularly the ghost of Clemenceau, the former pagan premier of France, and attend to the answer they will give. Who started Hitler? It was the signatories of the Treaty of Versailles who recognized Soviet atheistic Russia in the first place. It was they who imposed a $57 billion fine payable in gold upon the outraged German Christian people who are not responsible in the first instance for the decisions of their imperialistic Kaisers. It was they, the signatories of Versailles, who drained from Germany its last ounce of gold. It was they who imposed upon the German people the indignities of foreign armies marching in their streets. It was they who made of Germany the police beat of the world. It was they who placed upon the innocent women and children of that nation unbearable economic burdens inspired by hate and revenge. It was they who dismembered the empire piece by piece and evolved a program of encirclement so that never again would German commerce, German industry, and German goods compete with the victors upon the shores of the seven seas. It was they who robbed Germany of colonies which she had purchased with money, while they kept their own colonies which they had purchased with the bloody sword at Plassey and elsewhere. For these injustices, the peace treaty of Versailles will go down in history, better known as the Revenge Treaty of Versailles. Who started Hitler? Arrange together these segments of information, and you will discover that Adolf Hitler is nothing more than the logical, historical effect of an illogical, historical cause. Let them who started Hitler stop Hitler. First, by undoing the iniquities of the Peace Treaty of Versailles, and secondly, by turning their attention to communism, against which Nazism was originated. If Adolf Hitler and his policies are the sin of this year, that sin is upon the souls of those who bought the Russian Revolution and its consequent communism, who paid for a policy of anti-God and anti-nationalism to be spread throughout the world, and who excogitated the document of Versailles, which was written with the savage pen of revenge dipped into the crimson ink pot of hate. No one can stop Hitler or his historical successor in Germany or elsewhere until the injustices against God and man are eradicated from the hearts of diplomats and intriguers. And no one can remove from our midst the intriguers until the warmongers who worship the God of gold and through it control propaganda are summarily put in their places. I recognize that in broadcasting these facts, I am on the unpopular side of a question. Probably more letters of condemnation shall reach my desk than letters of commendation. But I also recognize that centuries ago, he became unpopular who was the first to drive the money changers from the temple. They who turned a house of prayer into a den of thieves. I am accustomed to condemnation, accustomed to unpopularity with a certain class which has persisted in making a den of thieves of this world by exploiting the masses of every nation. They are the same ones who seduced your fathers or brothers or sons into the last war, which you thought was a war to make the world safe for democracy. They are identical with those who at the present moment are working on your gullibility. Oh, I do not blame the ordinary man in the street for adopting the attitude which apparently is the popular one. He reads certain statements in the public press and is prone to believe them. But he's not trained to ask himself where these statements originated, nor to distinguish between an official government release and an unofficial news item which is introduced with such vacuous, misleading words as "it is reported on reliable authority," or "it is understood," or "according to sources close to the government," and so ad infinitum. Nevertheless, it is time for the man on the street to recollect how those of the last generation were propagandized to death, destruction, and oppression for having believed the half-truths untruths and the garbled words of those who prevailed upon America to pull the chestnuts of the internationalists from the fires of their own kindling. My friends, I hold no brief for National Socialism because I regard it today, as I've said oftentimes over this microphone, not only as hostile to the Jews but also to Christians, insofar as it has been persecuting them politically, insofar as it attempts to dictate what shall be taught and what shall not be taught in the pulpit and the schools, and insofar as it sets up its own politicians to be the final court of decision in matters of morality and religion. Nevertheless, since we've turned our attention to history and have traced Nazism to communism, Hitler to Lenin, and worldwide injustice to the Treaty of Versailles, let me reiterate the opinion that there's no stopping Hitlerism, which has now crossed national boundaries, until Leninism is first stopped. Communism was the first to internationalize itself. It was the occasional cause, at least, of Hitler's genesis, and as long as it persists in its activities and is protected under the subterfuge of democracy, so long can the world expect a long line of Hitleresque aggressors. If real democracy and Christianity in America or elsewhere are unable to stamp out the scourge of Moscow, and it is my hope that we Americans will succeed in doing it, now that the followers of Christ are aroused, then some dictatorial form of Nazism will appear here, before which we will bow down complacently as did Germany, rather than be devoured by the red serpent of hate. In a recent editorial, the Milwaukee Journal remarked, "Our old IOU friends, France and England, are in trouble again. They've grimly held to the games of the peace table. We must lift democracy high above the ugly truculence of autocracy," said President Roosevelt, sailing to review the Navy. Lift democracy above autocracy? Make the world safe for democracy. How similar these sound. But whoever cherishes democracy should realize that no nation will emerge from another world conflict without a dictator at its head. No nation will be able to survive the ruin and decay of another such struggle, with its depressions, its unemployment, and wreckage of trade, and its destruction of national wealth, except under dictatorship. In these 20 years, we ought to have learned some things. We ought to have learned to be very careful not to be jockeyed into a corner from which there's no escape except through war. We ought not allow ourselves to be talked into a fury over ideologies and other people's ways of government, unquote the Milwaukee Journal. This editorial comment is a fair expression of the sentiment in America and of keen-minded journalists who fear not to tell the truth. Meanwhile, the Reds, so characterized by the New York Daily News, hold their parades in New York City to the disgust of all Americans who are endowed with respectable memories and sound judgment. They are so blind that they cannot see the hidden hand of the ubiquitous internationalists, using them for cat's paws to the detriment of our nation. And they're so filled with hate for Hitler that they have no time to consider Stalin. My friends, let us hate no man. And let us recognize that the German people, 80 million of them, who are mostly staunch Catholics and God-fearing Protestants, are well able to care for their own destiny. Time, the healer of all things, eventually will demand an accounting from the Rosenbergs, the Goebbels, the Goerings, and the Hitlers, none of whom would have been in existence today unless the circumstances of Versailles and of communism had called them into being. All these things taken into consideration should incline Americans and the lovers of the Prince of Peace to protest vigorously against this red internationalist propaganda which is inciting our people to take the first steps which lead to the ultimate steps of war and destruction. But as much as the followers of social justice are disinclined to grasp the blood-stained hand of Moscow, they do not subscribe to any theory for boycotting Russia, for that is not a step in the right direction by those who entertain hope of converting Russia. And on the same principle, we deeply regret that our government officials have seen fit to boycott Germany, because this only adds fuel to the fire and gives an excuse to the German government to remind us Americans of the law of self-preservation. It might be well then to ask ourselves these questions. Should not the European nations be more concerned with Germany's aggressions than we are in America? If so, what European nation has had recourse to the boycott against either Russia or Germany? While no person can applaud Hitler for treating the Munich Peace Pact as a scrap of paper, is it not true that the platforms of our present political parties have been treated as scraps of paper, and that the bonded word of England and France, who borrowed billions of dollars from us and promised to repay them, are likewise scraps of paper? As a matter of fact, what national or international document has not been treated as a scrap of paper? As a parting thought, I leave this with you. Already 75% of our population can testify that there's no semblance of economic democracy in the United States. Is this, then, the type of government that we wish to inflict upon Europe, where, despite all her faults and persecutions, Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Germany have thrown off the yoke of international banking and solved the problem of unemployment? It is true this has been accomplished with a loss of political liberty, but, my friends, we in America still possess a portion of that political liberty. We still possess the power to regain all of it, plus our economic liberty. And above all, we still possess the will to perfect the theory of all democracy, which in no sense falls under the category of the French, the British, or the Russian type, and which in no sense is identified with the domination of the international bankers who are ruling us today. The spirit of the founding fathers is still in our midst. The policy of George Washington's no foreign entanglements is still our heritage. Thus, let us hold fast to these priceless possessions. Be not duped by the internationalists who dwell amongst us. Before it is too late, let us build up barricades to protect the principles of the Prince of Peace, resolved to turn our attention to our own affairs, before we lend ear to foreign broils, which are the outcome of foreign injustice. However, bear this point in mind. We want democracy in America, but we want justice with it. In fact, justice matters more than democracy. Actions are more realistic than hypocritical catchwords. A democracy, an American democracy that recognizes the fugitive murderers from Barcelona as the legitimate government in Spain. A government which could not have continued its sacrilege for more than 2 years, except for a plentiful supply of American money and munitions. That democracy does not know the meaning of the word. And a democracy which continues to recognize the ruthlessness of Russia towards God and Christianity also lacks a clear understanding of the meaning of democracy. My friends, we want democracy in America, but we want justice with it. Justice matters more than democracy. And there can be no democracy without Christ, and no democracy without justice. That is the conclusion of this address, my friends, which I shall be glad to mail to you this week upon your requesting. May I take this occasion to thank this audience for its generous financial and moral support. Without you, this hour would be impossible. Of course, it is impossible for me to include many thoughts in these Sunday lectures. To supplement these talks and to keep you informed on the most important activities of Congress and the happenings in Europe and America, I edit this weekly magazine, Social Justice, which favors no political party, which accepts no advertising, and which is dedicated to battle against persecution and for social justice wherever it exists. Its editorial matter, of course, is opposed to communism and Nazism both. It stands for the principles of staunch Christianity, and its motive is to restore democracy to America, where democracy is fast falling into disrepute. Flooded as we are with weekly periodicals which are extremely partisan, un-American and radical, under the guise of truth, I'm encouraged to ask you to join with our subscribers in supporting social justice. And particularly, do I ask you to become a distributor in your own neighborhood and to enter this contest for the school children between the grades of 5 and 12, 5th and 12th grades. This contest, and all appertaining to, will appear in full in next Sunday's Social Justice magazine. I would that 100,000 children and adults will find time to compete, find time to strike a blow for democracy and Christianity in America. God bless every one of you. And now, Mr. Franklin Mitchell.
The Little Flower male choristers, directed by Mr. Cyril Guthrow, sing for us Populi Meus by Palestrina. Those of you desiring copies of the address, Our Problem is in America, given by Father Coughlin this afternoon, write directly to Father Coughlin at Royal Oak, Michigan. Undoubtedly, this speech will be the subject of much discussion and even controversy. Until next Sunday afternoon, this is your announcer, Franklin Mitchell, bidding you good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've presented the regular Sunday afternoon address of Father Charles D. Coughlin from Royal Oak, Michigan. The thoughts and opinions contained in this address were entirely those of the speaker and in no way reflect the policies of this station. Your dial is set at 1250 kilocycles.
Campbell's Soup bring you Amos and Andy. How do you do, everyone? This is Bill Hay. For many years, Campbell's soups have been a familiar sight on kitchen shelves. Recently, a comparatively new soup, Campbell's cream of mushroom, has appeared on thousands of them. This soup has such a delicious, out-of-the-ordinary taste that once a family try it, they usually vote it a place among their regular standbys. People who know and love mushrooms have taken keenly to Campbell's cream of mushroom. Those who had never tasted mushrooms in any form are just as enthusiastic. Even the smooth, rich look of its creamy surface tempts their appetite. And they find its flavor so delightful that they soon put Campbell's cream of mushroom among the dishes they like best. It's a blending of fresh, sweet cream, heavier even than whipping cream, and young, cultivated mushrooms. Mushroom flavor fills every spoonful. Mushroom slices abound all through. Why not try Campbell's cream of mushroom soup tomorrow? Everything is in readiness for the wedding of Belita Green to Andrew H. Brown. Last night, a complete rehearsal was held at the church. Early this morning, a very elaborate canopy was placed over the entrance, and a thick carpet was laid from the curbstone to the church steps. Now we take you to the church, which is filled almost to capacity. In the congregation, there are many girls whom Andy has known in the past. Lightning, Van Porter, Brother Crawford, and Gwendell are acting as ushers, and they have successfully seated the entire gathering. At the last minute, it was decided that the Kingfish would give the bride away. Amos's wife, Ruby, has agreed to act as matron of honor, and of course, Amos will be the best man for his close friend, Andy. As the scene opens now, we hear the organ in the background of the crowded little church. The wedding party is in the rear, but we find the groom, Andy, and his best man in a little room to the left of the altar. The door is open, and Amos and Andy are seated so that those in the church cannot see them. Here they are.
Well, now, don't get nervous, Andy. That's the main thing, you see.
Well, you'd get nervous, too, if you was in my place.
I know.
Oh, this is a big thing, Amos.
Yeah.
Oh, me, why don't the thing start?
Well, I think as soon as this music is over from the organ, then the mixed quartet from the lodge is going to sing one song, and then they go right into the wedding march.
Yeah. Peek out that door there.
All right, I peek out.
Don't let them see you, though. Is there many people out there?
Yeah, the church is almost full, Andy.
Tis, huh?
Yeah, I see Madam Queen sitting out there. And there's Sadie Blake, too.
Oh, me. I was nervous, Amos.
But that's all right, and I'm with you. Now, take it easy, son. Come on now. Pull yourself together.
My mouth is getting dry just like I told you it was. I feel like I got a mouthful of cotton.
Yeah, now, when you stand up at the altar there'll be a table right in front of you, and there it is out there now, and it's got a pitcher of water on there. And the preacher says it's all right for you to take a drink when you get there if you feel kind of faint or anything, you see.
Is there water in the pitcher? I wish I had a drink of it now.
Yeah, well, the pitcher got water in it. And now, the only thing is, I can't go out there and get you a drink of it now. Wait till you get out there, 'cause the pitcher will be right in front of it, and then you can take a swallow of it when you get there, you see.
Why don't they start the thing?
Yeah, well, don't worry. Now, it did start in a minute. A couple of people are still coming in.
Yeah.
I got the ring now, you know.
Yeah, don't lose that. Now, what does I got to do?
Well, you remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
What was that?
Well, you say, I do twice. You say that twice.
Well, why is I got to say it twice?
Well, the preacher asks you two different questions, you see. Then you say, I do once, then he asks you another question. Then you say, I do again, you see.
Yeah. You're going to be standing there by me, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, I is your best man, son. Yeah, now don't get nervous, Andy. I know just how you feel, but take it easy.
Yeah, well, stand up close to me now, 'cause I'm going to kind of lean on you.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
My knees been giving me trouble for the last 2 days.
What's the matter with your knees, Andy?
Oh, I don't know. My legs been acting like they've been made out of rubber.
Wait a minute.
Everything going all right now, Andy. Don't worry about nothing. Remember, I'm looking out for your interest.
Well, listen, Kingfish, why don't the thing start?
Yeah, well, I just sent Leighton back there to tell the organ to stop playing and let the mixed chorus sing, then we go right on.
Then we're almost ready to start, Andy.
I get nervous waiting.
Yeah, I know you is, Andy. Everything gonna be all right.
This waiting around is getting me.
Everybody stick with me now, will you?
Oh, yeah. Well, we've been waiting for the bride, you know.
Well, ain't she here?
Oh, yeah, she's been here, but she's been on the telephone out in the front office.
She talk on the telephone all day. Why can't she let the telephone alone when she gonna get married?
Yeah, well, now, right after the singing, the organ goes into the wedding march, Andy, you see?
Yeah. And then we start down the aisle, you see.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing we want to do... Wait a minute.
There goes the singing now.
Yeah. Well, now, listen, boys. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to get on in the back of the church there so I can be ready. Now, we'll start the wedding session right after the song, Andy. Brother Andy, shake hands.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Kingfish.
Stand up now, Andy. You's all right now, Andy. Come on now.
What is the first thing that happened, Amos?
Well, you remember the rehearsal we had, don't you? You remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
Yeah, me and you walk over and stand there in the middle when the wedding march starts.
Yeah, that's right. We stand right up at the altar there.
Well, now, how did they come down the aisle?
Well, the first thing that happens, the ushers come down first. You see, you got the 4 ushers. And then my wife, Ruby, is the matron of honor, you know. And she come down next.
Yeah.
And then...
How about Puddin' Face?
Yeah, well, the bride comes down with the kingfish. Of course, the kingfish is going to give her away, you see.
Yeah.
And they ask who give the bride away, and the kingfish is the one that say, I do, you see.
Well,
there's the wedding march now. Come on, let's get on out here. Come on.
How I look?
You look all right. Come on, follow me now.
Yeah, here I go. Come on.
Yeah. Now, that's right. Stand right here now. That's right. Now, face the window that's got all them pretty colored stained glass in there, and look at there.
Yeah, I'll stand here like this.
Yeah, that's it. Now take your time. They're coming down the aisle. Everything gonna be all right now.
Yeah, here comes the preacher, too.
Yeah, he walked out from behind the palms.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be nervous now.
Is they coming down the aisle, Amos?
Yeah, they're almost here. And don't forget now, you got to turn around and meet your bride. Don't forget that.
Yeah, you got my ring, ain't you? You got my ring, ain't you?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. It is right here. Yeah. Now move over a little bit. There's here. Move over a little bit so your wife can get next to you.
Yeah. I'll move over here. Hello, darling.
Dearly beloved, we are here reverently assembled to see this man and this woman united and married, which is a relation divinely instituted and sanctified for the welfare and happiness of mankind. By this relation, the home is established, bringing the truest joys on earth, but it involves unfailing fidelity, unselfish devotion, and sometimes loving forbearance. For as much as these two persons have come hither to be made one in this holy estate, if there be any here present who knows any just cause why they may not be lawfully joined in marriage, I require him to make it known now or ever after hold his peace. The vow shall now be spoken, after which we will bow our heads in prayer. So I ask you, who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I do. As a token of your unfailing desire, and as a token of your united lives, you may join your right hand. Do you, Andrew H. Brown, take this woman whose hand you now hold to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Do you promise to love and cherish her in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Vileda Green, take this man whose hand you now hold to be your lawful wedded husband? And do you promise to love and cherish him in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Andy, what pledge do you offer that you will fulfill these vows?
Here's the ring, Andy.
This diamond wedding ring.
Do you, Valeda, accept this token of the same?
I do.
You will then, Andy, place the ring on the fourth finger of the left hand. You will now join hands. I, by virtue of authority vested in me by the state and this church, I now pronounce you
Amos, I shot.
Hey, Andy, is you hurt?
Amos, my arm, my right arm, quick.
Somebody shot from the back of the shirt.
Amos, my arm.
King, please help me. We got to get Andy to a hospital.
Amos, help me. I think I'm going to faint. Somebody done shot me in the arm.
Get a hold of him. Oh, come on. We're going to take him out here. Awa! Awa!
Tonight is another step forward in the great career of Amos and Andy. For tonight they are broadcasting over the largest network of stations in their history. I wish for Amos and Andy and Campbell's Soups to welcome most heartily their old friends and the hundreds of thousands of new ones who, for the first time, through these increased stations, can now easily hear Amos and Andy each night. Campbell's Soups are glad to bring you Amos and Andy because they are such nationally loved characters with a homey philosophy that attacks life's problems in a way that interests, amuses, and, in so many cases, helps. And for my part, I'm glad to be able to talk to a still larger audience to suggest you're serving various Campbell soups. Tonight I want to suggest this. Won't you try Campbell's cream of mushroom soup tomorrow? This may be a new soup to you, but I am confident that if you once serve it, your family will want it often. Amos and Andy, in person, will return to you tomorrow at this same hour over this same station. This is Bill Hay, speaking for Campbell's Cream of Mushroom Soup, bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, Daddy Snooks, played by Hanley Stafford, is in a bad way. He went to a stag affair at his lodge last night and is now trying to recover from the horrible after effects of the wassail bowl. He is resting in his study as Baby Snooks enters. Let's hear you groan, Daddy.
Oh, my head. Oh.
Hello,
Daddy. Oh, you're here. Now, go away, Snooks. Daddy's trying to rest. Oh, what are you laughing at?
Because you're wearing that funny hat.
That's not a funny hat. It's an ice bag.
It looks like a funny hat.
Well, it's not. Only crazy people wear funny hats.
Crazy people?
Yes. And the thing on my head is an ice bag.
Are you hot, Daddy?
No, I'm not hot. I've got chills.
From the ice bag?
No, I've got chills because I have a fever.
Uh-huh.
My temperature is high, so my resistance is low, and when my body heat rises, it makes me feel cold when I'm really very warm.
Shall I get you a funny hat, Daddy?
I don't want any funny hats. Now leave me alone. My head is splitting. Oh.
Why is your head splitting, Daddy?
Oh, because I worked too late in the office last night.
Oh. How was the smoker, Daddy?
All right, you little snooper. So I went to a smoker. And don't ask me to tell you what a smoker is, and don't bother me at all. Just get out of here.
All right.
Oh, my stomach. Am I sick?
Daddy!
Oh, what do you want?
How'd you get sick?
Well, at this party last night, there was so much smoke that it got into my lungs. and cause this headache. Now, do you know what's the matter with me?
Mm-hmm. You got a hangover.
Brooks, what are you saying?
That's what Mommy said on the phone.
Oh, she did, eh? Big blabbermouth.
Huh?
Nothing. Go away and let me get some sleep.
All right.
Oh.
Daddy!
Don't do that!
Do what, Daddy?
Yell in my ear like that.
Huh?
Yell in my ear!
All right. Hey!
Oh, my head. What are you doing to me?
You told me to yell in your ear.
Oh, Snooks, please leave me alone for a half hour. Just 1 half hour, please.
All right. Daddy!
Oh, now what is it?
Where did you go last night?
To my lodge. It was our annual smoker.
Did you take Mommy?
No.
Why?
Because no women are allowed there. Only elks.
And why did you go?
Because I'm an elk.
Huh?
I said I'm an elk. What are you hollering about?
Because I think you're crazy.
What's crazy about my being an elk? A lot of people are elks. My boss is not only an elk, but he's a lion and a moose and an eagle.
How much does it cost to see him?
It doesn't cost anything. Those are the lodges that he belongs to. Now run along and let Daddy's headache get better.
I'll go if you buy me an ice cream cone.
You can't have any ice cream cones. Don't do that. Don't jar my head.
I want an ice cream cone.
No, I can't afford it. I work too hard for my money.
Ain't you rich, Daddy?
No, I'm not rich. That is, not in cash. I'm rich in other things, I guess. Oh, my head.
What are you rich in, Daddy?
I'm rich in other things, I guess. Oh, my head.
What are you rich in, Daddy?
Oh, well, I have your mother and you and your baby sister. I place a great value on all of you.
How much?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I rate you at $1 million and your mother at $1 million and the baby at $500,000.
Oh. Daddy.
What?
Sell the baby and buy me an ice cream cone.
You listen to me, Snooks. You're old enough to learn not to ask for so many things, but to give a little more.
Give what, Daddy?
Well, for instance, you have a lot of toys. Only last month you got that great big doll for a present.
You mean the one that Uncle Louis sent me?
Yes. And that poor little Smith girl down the street has no toys. And no Uncle Louis to send her any.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wouldn't you like to give her that doll?
No.
Well, what would you like to give her?
Uncle Louis.
Snooks. Oh, I'm afraid you're not imbued with the spirit of charity, Snooks. I want you to grow up to be loved by everybody. Be kind and generous.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be much happier, too. You'll learn what a wonderful thrill there is in giving. Much greater than receiving.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why I'm telling you all these things?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you don't want to buy me an ice cream cone.
Now, that's not it at all. I thought maybe you'd remember that Monday is my birthday. And you might buy me a little present.
All right. Daddy, would you like me to buy you a chocolate cake?
Oh, no.
With whipped cream?
Oh, stop that.
With marshmallows?
Oh, I'm sick. Snooks, don't mention food.
Well, what shall I buy you, Daddy?
Oh, anything. Go away now and let me pull myself together.
All right. I see how much money I got in my little bit of Peter Bank.
Yes. Oh, thank heaven. Now maybe I'll rest. Oh, Snooks, what's all that noise?
I lost the key to my bank, and I gotta break it open.
Oh, don't do it now, please.
I got it open, Daddy.
Well, that's good. Now leave me alone.
All right. You know what I'm going to buy you for your birthday?
No. What?
A new watch.
Oh, that's silly. I've already got a very fine watch.
No, you ain't, Daddy.
Now, why do you say that?
Because I just used it to break open my bank.
What? You little...
That was swell. And now, young lady, I'd like a word with you.
Oh, me?
Yes, you. Come over here, Snooks.
All right.
You understand the purpose of this program we're giving here tonight, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what is it?
I don't know.
I thought so. Well, we're trying to get everybody in this whole country to contribute dimes.
Why?
To help a lot of poor, unfortunate, sick children, Snooks.
Oh. Mr. Cantor,
Yes?
did you just hear me bust open my bank?
Yes, you're going to buy Daddy a watch for his birthday, aren't you, Snooky?
Oh, no, I ain't.
No? Well, what are you going to do with the money?
Here, you can have it.
Me?
For all little sick children.
Well, baby Snooks, that's the nicest gesture I've ever seen. Thank you so much. And now...